the PR, see stars, making you the main attraction. If it's news you can use or the latest trends, well, baby, you are in. Buckle up and hold on tight. Ethereal has the mic. Yeah, we back outside.
What is good, my people, my peeps? How are you guys doing? Yes, we are back outside. Excuse me, we are back outside. I wanted to cover this event. The president will be speaking shortly. Yes, at the 250th year celebration of the United States of America. I wanted to come to you all and speak to you all regarding this event because it was supposed to be canceled. Well, it was shut down yesterday, right? The event was shut down. It was said that it wasn't going to happen because of the heat. The heat is taking people out left and right. I have been forewarning you all about the heat, the weather changes, and all of that. There is a double heat dome over America. So, yeah, so yesterday it was supposed to be shut down. And I'm referring to the celebration for the 4th of July. And it started yesterday. And I'm going to get that report really quick up for you so that you guys can hear about that, how so many people were passing out. It was not looking very good. But I'm shocked that they went ahead and had it. And so we're going to go there. We're going to listen in and see what the president has to say about the 250 years for the 4th of July celebration. So as I do that, go ahead, double tap your screen, so I can know that you're here. Participate, all right? And we're gonna get this started. Also, you can subscribe to the channel today. My name is Ethereal. I am your host, and go ahead and subscribe to the channel. We will be ear hustling right now, really, for the celebration, the 250th year celebration. I want to hear what the president has to say because, it's been a lot of things going on. They said these are rumors now that the president had collapsed also. So I don't know, but we're going to see. So what we're going to do first, we're going to hear about they were going to shut it down yesterday. That's right. They were not even going to have this event take place because it's too hot. It is hot outside. So let me get to that. Let's see. The president was panicking, y'all. He was like, we're going to shut it down. If you have anything you'd like to say, feel free to talk in the chat, as long as you're respectful. And let's get that report up.
Is panicking as the State Fair in Washington, D.C. has officially been shut down. Let me repeat, the State Fair is closed, and there have been a ton of medical emergencies right now in Washington, D.C., in and around the State Fair, because of the massive heat wave that everybody has been warning about, but that the Trump regime is ignoring. What we are hearing is that there have been multiple people who have passed out, who were the Trump regime did not have sufficient medical stations. There were no misting stations. There was insufficient water. The booths by the so-called Great American State Fair didn't have AC. This became a massive health hazard, and we are hearing there have been a lot of people going to the hospital, a lot of people who have been seriously suffering from health conditions. Bill Mulligan over at Fox posted the following message: the National Mall is closing, and the Great American State Fair is postponed until 5 p.m. for what we believe are heat-related reasons. Everyone is being asked to go to the exits. It is miserably hot and humid today. Genuinely feels like a sauna when you step outside. Yeah, according to meteorologists, Washington, D.C. right now is hotter than 99% of the rest of the world right now. Only a few places like in sub-Saharan Africa and a few locations in China are actually hotter than Washington, D.C. Here's the sign right here. Andrew Leadon posted this. The Great American State Fair is closed due to heat. Everyone must exit until 5 p.m., but I think it's going to be much longer than that. You have Julian Andrian over at Dropsite. Shout out to the guys at Dropsite, the people at Dropsite. They do great work. Here's what he just posted. Great American State Fair postponed because multiple attendees passed out due to heat stroke. I was there filming a Dropsite News vlog, and I personally witnessed 3 people pass out. The number is likely higher than 7 total. Take a look at this interview that Julian did with a staff member who was there at the so-called Great American State Fair. Folks, there is an emergency going down right now. State regime media is covering it up. Corporate news is covering it up. Julian's got the scoop here. Play this clip.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You got just a second to tell us what's going on right now.
So right now it's a heat wave going on.
Stand back here.
It's a heat wave going on right now, and people were just outside having fun, but people were also outside and passing out.
How
Okay,
many people did you see pass out yourself?
7 people passed out in the last 1 hour. 6 to 7 people passed out in the last 1 hour. I promise you, that's why they closed.
Is the event well prepared enough for this?
I mean, at my station, I can't talk to the whole thing. You see, I got water. Well, I had waters, but I still got cold water inside. So I don't know.
Is anybody going to the emergency room?
A lot of people is. A lot of people is. But they got little medical tents over there, which you can see. They got medical tents. It's 5 to 6 beds in the medical center, and they got free air and free water.
Did your bosses prepare you for something like this? Did they say that today was going to be a mass?
I mean, not really. They just said just be out here.
Just be out here.
Just be out here.
Just show up and something.
Something will happen. My job is to make sure that y'all up, y'all thirsty, and I mean y'all dehydrated, y'all hydration, and y'all good. That's it. Thank you. Thanks.
Now, this is how it was being reported on state regime media, which calls itself Fox. They said, we saw a few thousand people out here. Today was actually one of the most heavily attended events, and it was going to be great. But now we've got to push every... You all told people to show up, and that the way to show your patriotism, to show that you're a true patriot to Donald Trump, was to suffer in 104-degree weather. Y'all are culpable for this. Here, play this clip.
Great American State Fair. They are closing it for the time being. We're just getting word of this. Due to the heat, Mark Meredith is there. What's going on, Mark?
Hey, Sandra, I can confirm the heat is absolutely a major factor here. We are just shy of 100 degrees right now with the heat index. It feels well over. Just moments ago, they pushed everybody to the exits off the side of the National Mall. You can see one of the exits here. And I know we've been talking about crowd size all week. This has been the busiest day of the fair. We saw a few thousand people out here, especially as the flybys were going on. But now, as you can see, they're pushing everybody out. God bless you. You guys can get over okay?
Yeah.
Let me help you. Be careful, get to the exit. They've also put up signs right here, Sandra, that show what's going on. They say the event postponed. We will reopen at 5 p.m. Now, it's always possible that they could extend those closures right here. The heat is going to continue well through sunset, but you can also hear on the loudspeaker right here, they pushed everybody to the exit. We've seen a number of VIPs,
Yes,
was
it
out
is
here earlier
getting
today.
hot,
A lot of people coming to check it out, as we expected, Sandra. This is going to be the heat of the event itself, but obviously these temperatures, which we've been talking about all week, are dangerous, and they wanted to make sure people could seek shelter because, as you know, on the mall, you were just here, Sandra, there is nowhere to hide from the sun unless you're in those state pavilions, and those are very cramped quarters indeed. Sandra?
And just so you see that we bring receipts, this is what state regime was saying yesterday. State regime media, they were saying it feels like 110 degrees outside, but the true patriots are showing up. No, they weren't. It was empty. There's nobody there, and you were encouraging people, and now there have been massive medical emergencies taking place. Let's play it.
Here, of course, on the National Mall. And here's the thing. We're celebrating, of course, all 50 nifty United States, which is great, but the temperatures are also here to party. The current temperature outside right now, by the way, 101 degrees. You factor in the humidity, and it feels like 110 degrees outside right now. We have excessive heat warnings that are in effect, not just today, but through tomorrow, meaning that at times, get this, Brett, it could feel like 115 degrees. But let me tell you
what I
something.
want to tell you guys, that was yesterday. It was hot. It's even hotter today. But the president is set to speak at this Great American State Fair, 250 years of celebration. We're going to go over and check out to see live what's going on at the State Fair right now. And hear what is being said about the weather. Let's go live.
Wild interior, saving up money, learning self-reliance on a continent that rewarded initiative more than pedigree. It didn't care if you were a nobleman, it cared what you could do. Now, our society at the time reinforced the habits Washington learned in the wilderness. Frontier life rewarded resourcefulness, while America's colonial assemblies taught citizens to govern their own affairs. It taught citizens to be self-governing human beings. Churches at the time, especially those who were touched by the Great Awakening, reminded congregants that no earthly hierarchy outweighed the equal dignity of every human soul before its creator. All of that came together. And so it was no surprise that when Washington's soldiers first heard the Declaration 250 years ago, they understood precisely what it meant. They understood the meaning that was conveyed. It was seismic, but it was their birthright as citizens of this new republic. The words might have been new, but they expressed a feeling, something that already lived in the heart of every single American patriot, and I believe those words still live in the heart of every single American patriot today. And for 7 long years, they fought for that birthright. It wasn't easy. On some days, it was hotter even than it was today, as hard as that is to believe. Many suffered and died for that dream and died for those principles. But by the grace of Almighty God, they secured for us a free, a proud, and an independent republic that endures, and doesn't just endure, but thrives to this very day. As Washington traded in the uniform for the presidency, he remained preoccupied with the physical land that had shaped him. He imagined wagons crossing mountains, paths out of the Alleghenies and the Appalachians, and canals connecting the Potomac and the Ohio River to its western valleys. Our first president would not live long enough to see that vision of a continent connected. He would not live to see it to completion. But the rivers he surveyed in his youth carried on westward without him. They carried settlers and new riches and cities waiting to be built. And eventually, they carried a 13-year-old boy by the name of James Buchanan Eads. In the fall of 1833, Eads and his family, like many Americans, moved west to the nation's growing frontier, the land of opportunity. And as their steamboat approached St. Louis, its boiler exploded, throwing him into the turbulent waters of the Mississippi. The family lost everything, every earthly possession, and the river nearly killed young Eads. From that moment on, he vowed not to be a slave to that mighty river, but to make it his own. He received no formal education, but to support his family, he sold apples on the St. Louis riverfront, captivated by the bustle and frontier of boomtown St. Louis. At 16, he took a job on the water, and not long after, he conceived of an idea that most engineers at the time, they thought it was crazy. They thought it was insane. You know, sunken ships and other treasures lay scattered along the bottom of the Mississippi. No business in the world existed to salvage them, to take that buried treasure on the bottom of the mighty Mississippi and bring it to work for people. Unlike the more peaceful streams out east, the river's strong currents and turbid waters, most insisted that ordinary diving in the mighty Mississippi was impossible. You could not do what Eads proposed that we do. But he disagreed. And so he did what every American does when they're told they can't do something. He went out and did it anyway, and he did it himself. He bought a 40-gallon whiskey barrel fixed it to a diving bell, and climbed in, and down he went all by himself. The riverbed was pitch black, the current pulling his feet every which way. Sand swirled around him like a dense snowstorm. But he located his target, a large hunk of lead, tied on the cable, and came back to the surface. Eads went on to become one of the nation's greatest civil engineers. He built the very first bridge spanning the Mississippi River south of its confluence with the Missouri. An impressive feat for a man who'd never built a bridge before. The people who told him, you can't build the most difficult bridge because you've never built a bridge before, he said, yes, I can, because I'm an American and I'm going to do it myself. It was the first on the planet, that bridge, to be made of steel. And residents of St. Louis still use that bridge to this very day, nearly 200 years later. That is American ingenuity and American greatness. At the river's mouth in Louisiana, Eads raised jetties that helped calm its violent flooding to prevent the buildup of silt. And by doing so, he transformed New Orleans from the 9th largest port in the United States to the 2nd most powerful port in the world, rivaling only the city that stands behind us. But Eads had already faced a still greater test, because as the Civil War broke out, the government summoned him to Washington for his help building the ironclads which the United States Navy would seize the Mississippi with. It was no matter that Eads had never built a gunboat in his life. He had never built a gunboat ever. Instead, he completed 700 of them in 100 days. It's unbelievable. The river ships that Eads built were so strong that the Navy deployed them into the ocean to secure the Gulf. They served their purpose. They defended the Mississippi, and in doing so, they helped preserve our Union. And so it kept growing. And of course, the American frontier made way to farms and factories stretching further and further west. River towns became great cities. Railroads reached the Pacific. Steel mills rose where once wilderness had stood. The American mind widened, and the Republican whose independence Washington won, that James Eads had helped sew together, grew into the most powerful industrial powerhouse in the history of humanity. For other nations, growing industry brought dispossession before it did prosperity. In the old world, the one our ancestors had left behind, the Industrial Revolution threw society into chaos. And into that chaos rushed vacuums and ideologies that answered the dignity of man with labor camps and killing fields. Where the old world led to communism and fascism, the Americans recognized that at root, they were a denial of everything that Washington and Jefferson had read to his men 250 years ago. The free world needed to win, but in order for the free world to beat communism and fascism, it had to outproduce them. And as in every conflict before, America looked to her sailors for help, and to the builders who made sure those sailors had the very best ships to sail on. Among them was a man that we know as Henry Kaiser. Like Eads, Kaiser had grown up with very little. The son of German immigrants, he dropped out of school at 13 to work the stockroom at a dry goods store in Utica, making $1.50 a week and commuting 4 miles each way on foot. Eventually, he moved to Spokane for better job opportunities, setting his sights on starting his own company. Now, he walked into a bank with no business, no workforce, and no history, just a single proposed contract and what the banker would later describe as sheer audacity. He walked out with a $25,000 loan. And with his workers, he erected the Hoover Dam and hundreds of miles of highway across the West. Everywhere he went, he organized ordinary Americans to build extraordinary things. And everywhere he went, he believed their welfare and the welfare of the enterprise that he was building went hand in hand. Kaiser pioneered health coverage at his construction sites. That's why we know the name of Kaiser, because he understood that men working in dangerous conditions, they deserve to see a doctor. He saw his workers as partners, and he walked the walk long before it was fashionable to do so. Where some say that America's story is one of the dispossessed struggling against the powerful, Kaiser shows that America's greatness is built by cooperation between all of our citizens from every single walk of American life. Now, that cooperation was important, but it became profoundly important the day after Pearl Harbor. The United States Navy at the time needed ships bigger and better and faster than anyone thought they could be built. We didn't have the biggest Navy in the world, but we needed one, and we needed one fast. So Kaiser did what Americans always do when confronted with the impossible. He put it on his shoulders and said, let's go do it. Kaiser had never made a ship in his life, but that wasn't going to stop him. First, he built shipyards all up and down the Pacific coast. Then he filled them with American workers, 250,000 of them. Farm boys from Iowa, miners from Appalachia, mothers from Detroit, who had never held a welding torch. Together, they launched nearly 15,000 Liberty ships, vessels that carried American cargo and sailors across 2 oceans. His Richmond Yard built one of them, the SS Robert E. Peary, in an astonishing 4 days and 15 hours. The shipbuilders Kaiser hired, they weren't just a means to an end, they were his partners. Kaiser looked at his workers and saw people, Americans who got sick, who had families to raise, who showed up in Richmond and Portland with little more than a hat in their hand, but who had amazing potential. He saw the potential of normal Americans when unshackled from destitution. And he saw them not just as mouths to feed or as workers to pay, he saw them as fellow citizens who could build amazing things. So he built housing near these shipyards and nursery schools to help mothers join the war effort. He extended the health plan he had started at his dams to every worker and every yard, opening it to the public after the U.S. won World War II. And though separated by generations, I tell the story of these 3 men because Kaiser and Eads and Washington, they were exactly the kind of men that Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence for. Kaiser was an American. He looked at what needed doing and he did it, and he trusted the men and women around him to do the same, knowing that he could only do his job if they did theirs too. Our Declaration of Independence may have spoken to universal human truths and broadly shared human desires. Of course it does. But it was a document written by and for a particular kind of people, the American people. From Jenna Washington to James Buchanan Eads, from Henry Kaiser, one of America's great shipbuilders, to the sailors standing here today. And by the way, what you folks watching at home on TV may not realize is that everything that you saw, everything that you see today was destroyed last night in a storm. But these great sailors rebuilt it in 12 hours so that you all could be here, so that we could have this amazing procession, and so we could celebrate our 250th birthday in style. All of us, connected through the generations, rich and poor of every job, we are a people formed by generations of self-governance and personal industry. We are formed by Frontier Assembly Hall and congregation, by River Valley and prairie and factory floor. We are formed by the conviction that we are bound to one another, not only by bloodline nor creed alone, but by a common character, a shared fate, a shared future. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to address what we will hear from some loud voices today. Because as much as all of us, whether we're Democrat or Republican, whatever our political persuasion, all of us are celebrating. But you will hear a couple small but loud voices today speak obsessively not of our national greatness, but of our national imperfections. They will speak of the powerless and the dispossessed. They will tell you that America is just another country where the weak struggle against the strong. And if they acknowledge that there is anything to be proud of in our history, they'll say it's the fact that sometimes the powerless have won a zero-sum battle. They're wrong. They'll talk about America's sins with the anger and zeal of a brimstone preacher, but without any of the grace or forgiveness that must be present in the Christian faith. These people misunderstand the essence of America, from Thomas Jefferson to Henry Kaiser. They misunderstand that we all have moments of great power despite those very real imperfections. That there are victims and heroes who live inside of each of us, from the most ambitious leaders and builders to steel welders like my grandfather. People who had their own role to play in turning this dangerous wilderness into the proudest civilization in history. So what I'd ask you to do, my fellow Americans, on our 250th birthday, is to reject the two-dimensional view of your fellow citizens and reject the two-dimensional view of your country. Reject that America is a place for zero-sum thinking, because it is not. Our history is one of people carving a great civilization out of the wilderness. Reject the view of your nation that sees only its sins, but not its grace and its greatness. Everything that we have done as a country, we have done together. Not as citizens divided against each other, but as a common people working towards a common future. When we won our independence, we were led by General Washington to liberty and greatness, but marching ahead of him were thousands of boys from all over the new nation who gave Washington's military genius its foundation and its firepower. When we saved the world in World War II from tyranny in the 20th century, of course we needed great military leadership and tactical genius from our generals, but we also needed Rosie the Riveter, Iowa farm girls who built the machinery of war, and the sweethearts they sent to a world away to storm the beaches at Normandy. When we went to the moon, of course our great astronauts flew the rockets and our great men of science and engineering built them. But there were clerks and janitors and welders like my grandfather who each played their distinctive American part. All of us have a part. All of us had our part, our role to play in creating 250 years of a proud American story. And all of us will need to do our part to create the next 250 years of American greatness. So I say to all my fellow Americans, I'm proud of you. Happy birthday. And happy birthday to our great nation. Today, my friends, we celebrate. And tomorrow we get back to work. God bless you. Thank you for having me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting to hear the president come to the stage and address the crowd and you all listening in. This is the 250th celebration of the nation. And we're waiting. It didn't look like it was going to happen, to tell you the truth, due to the weather. It is extremely hot. I want to let you know, if you haven't tuned in or subscribed to the channel, go ahead and do that today. I have been giving you updates on the weather report. El Nino, well, we can't say El Nino, but Super El Nino is here. That's right, Super El Nino is here. There's two double domes of heat crossing the nation, okay, all across America. And also in Europe, I gave you a report that 1,000 people have lost their lives in Europe due to the heat wave. So it is extremely hot outside. Yesterday, they shut down, President Donald Trump shut down the state fair due to the heat, and they did not know if they were actually going to have the state fair today for the 250th celebration. So this is why I am tuned in and why I am having you all come on in and listen in. I want to hear exactly what the president has to say. They've done a lot of salutes, a lot of flyovers. Right now, this is what we're watching a flyover, and you just heard the speech given by your vice president. So we're just waiting to see what Donald Trump has to say. And there has been rumors that yesterday he had collapsed due to the heat, or collapsed, but that was hearsay. I don't want you to say it was confirmed here. But nevertheless, eight people did suffer some type of heat exhaustion yesterday while they attended the state fair. So while we are waiting for the president to address the state fair, to salute to America 250 state fair, we're going to go ahead and go back to the report that I was giving you yesterday about the heat and how people had to evacuate due to the heat from El Nino, baby, is not playing with any of us. So be careful when you are out and about, okay?
Let me repeat, the state fair is closed. And
This was yesterday's report.
Ton of medical emergencies right now in Washington, D.C., in and around this state fair because of the massive heat wave that everybody has been warning about, but that the Trump regime is ignoring. What we are hearing is that there have been multiple people who have passed out, who were sent to the hospital. The Trump regime did not have sufficient medical stations. There were no misting stations. There was insufficient water. The booths by the so-called Great American State Fair didn't have AC. This became a massive health hazard, and we are hearing there have been a lot of people going to the hospital, a lot of people who have been seriously suffering from health conditions. Bill Mulligan over at Fox posted the following message: the National Mall is closing and the Great American State Fair is postponed until 5 p.m. for what we believe are heat-related reasons. Everyone is being asked to go to the exits. It is miserably hot and humid today. Genuinely feels like a sauna when you step outside. Yeah, according to meteorologists, Washington, D.C. right now is hotter than 99% of the rest of the world right now. Only a few places like in sub-Saharan Africa and a few locations in China are actually hotter than Washington, D.C.
Well, France.
Here's the sign
France.
right here. Andrew Lehman posted this. The Great American State Fair is closed due to heat. Everyone must exit until 5 p.m., but I think it's going to be much longer than that. You have Julian Andrian over at Dropsite. Shout out to the guys at Dropsite, the people at Dropsite. They do great work. Here's what he just posted: Great American State Fair postponed because multiple attendees passed out due to heat stroke. I was there filming a Dropsite News vlog, and I personally witnessed 3 people pass out. The number is likely higher than 7 total. Take a look at this interview that Julian did with a staff member who was there at the so-called Great American State Fair. Folks, there is an emergency going down right now. State regime media is covering it up. Corporate news is covering it up. Julian's got the scoop here. Play this clip.
Yes, sir. You got just a second to tell us what's going on right now.
Right now, it's a heat wave going on. It's a heat wave going on right now, and people were just outside having fun, but people were also outside and passing out. Okay.
How many people did you see pass out yourself?
7 people passed out in the last 1 hour. 67 people passed out in the last 1 hour. I promise you, that's why they closed.
Is the event well prepared enough for this?
I mean, at my station, I can't talk to the whole thing. You see, I got water. Well, I had waters, but I still got cold water inside. So I don't know.
Is anybody going to the emergency room?
A lot of people is. A lot of people is. But they got little medical tents over there, which you can see. They got medical tents. It's 5 to 6 beds in the medical center. And they got free air and free water.
Did your bosses prepare you for something like this? Did they say that today was going to be a mass?
I mean, not really. They just said just be out here.
Just be out here.
Just be out here.
Show up and something. Right?
Something will happen. My job is to make sure that y'all up, y'all thirsty, and I mean y'all dehydrated, y'all hydration, and y'all good. That's it. Thank you. Thanks.
So that is what happened yesterday. The state fair was shut down. It was postponed and was not due to open back up to 5 p.m. Now, Do anyone know when the actual speech is going to be given? No, so that's why we are tuned in. You can lock it in, subscribe today, and come back. We are going to be listening into that speech, but they have not given an actual time for the speech to be given. Okay, and most likely they're probably going to wait till it cools down a little more because it is still daylight and it's still hot outside. Okay, although where the vice president was standing, it didn't even look like he was up underneath a tarp, a tent, or anything. Just like he was out in the wide open, which doesn't make any sense to me. That's just me as a prior event planner myself. It seems like wherever the president would have been speaking, it would have a covering, especially with this heat. And the incidents that happened yesterday. Okay, as you come in the building, go ahead, double tap the screen, please share this live out and subscribe to the channel today. My name is Ethereal. I am your host, and on this platform we cover everything from current affairs and trending topics, and I also try to forewarn you about what is going on with our water situation, not just with the data centers, but the water shortage that you may not be aware of. And the Hoover Dam, they mentioned, the vice president mentioned in his speech that we just got through listening to. Well, the Hoover Dam is damaged and it's below its actual level of water. So go ahead, subscribe to this channel today. You might learn something that you won't learn on national news platforms. Okay, we're gonna go back in and see what's going on at the state fair. Let's see. Right now they're doing some more flyovers. They have the Air Force out at full force doing flyovers, showing off their skill sets, and we are waiting for the state fair. And it says, let me see, weather delays at the Salute of American event. I bet it is. The weather has delayed the event once again today. This is what I am reading. Weather delays at the Salute of American event. All right. What are we saying down here? I think so too. What do you think so? So let me I'll go ahead and put the comments up on the screen. Go ahead, feel free to comment on what do you think about the state fair should have been canceled due to this extremely high heat that I'm sure a lot of people are not used to, especially with so many visitors to the state fair falling out, passing out, having to be hospitalized from what some people are saying. I don't know. Hey, that's the president, that's his call, but we're waiting to see if he's even going to make it himself to come out and give this speech. And I want to hear exactly what the president has to say for the 250th year celebration at the state fair. All right, let's tune in. See what's going on.
50th birthday, America! There is no better time to be an American than today. And there's no better time to be an Alabamian than right now. I am more optimistic than ever before for the future of Alabama and our country. Ever since our founding fathers signed the Declaration of Independence 250 years ago, our country has triumphed, overcome challenges, and continued striving to be a more perfect union. Let us each do our part to keep America strong. Let us remember that our God-given freedoms are protected by those who serve. And very importantly, let us always teach our kids to love this country every chance we get. Y'all, we are blessed to live in the greatest state, in the greatest nation on earth. I am proud to be a governor of a state of patriots who love this wonderful country we call home. So, my fellow Alabamians, Have a happy 4th of July. And may God continue to bless each of you, the great state of Alabama, and these United States of America.
All right. Double tap the screen. Subscribe to the channel today.
250 years ago today, a small band of men gathered in Philadelphia and declared war on the most powerful empire on the earth. They pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor to the cause of their posterity. Many of them would lose everything in the revolution. Their homes burned, their land ransacked, every last pound and shilling to their name poured into the patriot struggle. Some would die as paupers. But that was a price that each and every one of them was willing to pay, a price they were willing to pay for us, for me, and for you, because they understood something that free men have always known, that there are things more precious than wealth, more valuable than safety, that there are great causes more important than even life itself. The men who signed the Declaration were writing a new chapter in the story of an ancient civilization. They were heirs to the English tradition of common law and liberty, to the Christian moral imagination, to the Roman idea of republican virtue, to the whole expanse of the Western memory, stretching from Athens and Rome to the Magna Carta, to Jamestown and Plymouth Rock. Our founders knew that liberty was not an abstraction floating above the street. They knew that parchment promises alone could not make a nation free. The Soviet Union's constitution promised freedoms it never intended to honor. Many failed states and tyrannical regimes have borrowed the words of rights and liberties. But a constitution is only as strong as the people it belongs to. America has never been merely a proposition. It has always been a real and living civilization, a unique and distinctive people, unlike any other nation or people in the history of the world. America is an exceptional nation because Americans are an exceptional people. We are a people born on the edge of the known world. We are a frontier nation.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
The hardy pioneers on the Oregon Trail, to astronauts transcending the limits of Earth itself. America made the frontier a principle of national life. The men who built our country were heroes, among the greatest and most noble that the world has ever seen. This is the greatest nation on earth. That has been true for 250 years. And with God's grace, it will be true for the next 250 as well.
All right, it's gonna be great, y'all. They say it's gonna be great. Double tap the screen. Double tap the screen.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS Secretary. This 4th of July, we celebrate 250 years of American independence and the enduring strength of the American people. The men and women who built this nation understood a simple truth. A strong nation depends on strong people. As we celebrate our independence, we also have to confront the greatest threat to American strength, the chronic disease epidemic. We spend more on healthcare than any nation in history, and millions of Americans are sicker than ever before. When my uncle was president, we spent $0 on chronic disease. Today, we spend $1.3 trillion every year. Nearly 80% of adults don't get enough physical activity. More than 1 in 3 American teenagers are overweight, and 77% of our young people cannot qualify for military service. This crisis touches every part of American life. It burdens our families, it weakens our economy, it threatens our military readiness, and it puts our future at risk. A healthy person has 1,000 dreams, and a sick person has only one. Under President Trump's leadership, we're reversing course. We are putting prevention back at the center of healthcare. We're challenging the failed status quo. We're shifting our focus from sick care to healthcare. We're confronting the root cause of chronic disease. We're rebuilding trust in our food, in our medical and public health systems. And we're putting American children and families first. The Trump administration is restoring one of our most fundamental freedoms, the freedom that comes with good health. Every American has a role to play. Take back your health. Eat real food. Get active. Spend time outdoors. Build healthy habits. Because a healthy nation is a strong nation. And a strong nation is the foundation of freedom. And together, we can make America healthy again. Happy 4th of July.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
All right. As we wait for the update, we're awaiting an update. They are experiencing weather delays, okay, guys, because it is hot outside. It was hot yesterday. They knew that, and it's hot today, but the president is supposed to address the state. I believe he's on stage now. Let's go to it. Let's see.
Senator Mike Rounds, great guy. Governor Larry Roden, thank you, Larry. Lieutenant Governor Ben Heisen. Oh, they're good. Now I was waiting for that. They said, you start speaking, they won't interrupt you at all. They didn't interrupt us at all. Thank you. They're fantastic. What great, incredible, talented pilots. Thank you very much. And Secretary Burgum was doing a phenomenal job. Governor Ron DeSantis, thank you. Governor DeSantis, where's Ron? Thank you, Ron. Distinguished guests and fellow citizens, tonight we gather on the eve of one of the most extraordinary days in the history of the world. Tomorrow we mark 250 years of glorious independence and 250 years of majestic American freedom. Nothing like it. In all the chronicles of the ages, never before has any nation celebrated so magnificent a triumph as this one, the one that we are participating in right now. At 250 years, America is the oldest republic on earth. We are the freest people on earth. We have the most righteous and enduring constitution on earth. We are the strongest and most powerful country on earth. And by the grace of God, the United States of America is the most successful, most accomplished, most exceptional nation ever to exist in human history. And it is great to be your president. It is great. For a quarter of a millennium, liberty, justice, equality, self-government, and unmatched prosperity have flourished here as they have never flourished anywhere before. There is nothing like what we are doing. The birth and survival of the American nation under God is quite simply the best and most incredible thing ever to happen on this planet by human hands ever. That is ever, ever, ever. No other country has done more good for this world than the United States of America. And we give thanks for these extraordinary blessings. We remember that what we have created in this country is not the natural way of the world. It is not the norm. It is the exception. It is rare. It is priceless, and it is truly miraculous. Throughout the entire story of humanity, most people in most places have lived a life plagued by suffering, poverty, exploitation, violence, and misery. But here in America, in this land, on this continent, we have written a very different story. It's a tale of adventure, liberation, and unmatched greatness. It's the story of people governing themselves, the many uniting as one, the men and women rising by their own skill and talent to go further and reach higher than anyone has ever gone before. There has never been anything like this.
They are cheering, guys. I hate to interrupt, but I'm getting two conflicting messages on the screen. It's saying waiting update, experiencing weather delay. But however, they do have the president speaking, and by me listening to this speech, this sounds like this was a speech from yesterday. But we're going to continue to listen in. But I just wanted to give you all that message and make you all aware this might be an older speech from yesterday because we are still getting messages that says awaiting weather update. They're experiencing some weather delays. So we're just going to go back to the speech.
And by the way, we won big here. We won really big. Each and every time. But 250 years ago tomorrow, the words of our Declaration of Independence sent an earthquake through all of the coming time. They sparked a revolution that has never ended, but still continues to this day. And tonight we come to this beautiful mountain, and it is beautiful, to express our gratitude to those who made it possible, starting with the four men most responsible for reaching this milestone more than any others. We salute the father of our country, George Washington, the author of the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson, the great emancipator and savior of our Union, Abraham Lincoln, and the man who built America into a global superpower, Theodore Roosevelt. These are the men who declared the freedom, won our freedom, saved our freedom, and secured our freedom. They were men of action, men of ambition, men of daring, men of destiny, and men of truly great intelligence. Above all, they were great men of history. Tonight, on the threshold of our 25th year, we stand beneath the monument of these heroes, a true group of unbelievable people, and we rededicate ourselves to being a nation as big, bold, noble, and as great as these American giants. And that's not easy to do, but we're going to do it. These men could only have been made in the USA. Their faces are engraved on these bluffs, not only because of what they did, but to remind us forever who we are. These heroes exemplify what is timeless, enduring, and eternal about the American character. And in the end, it has always been that character, our distinct and unique identity. It is a truly unique identity, and it'll never change. It's the ultimate source of our strength and the bulwark of our freedom. On this anniversary, we must remember, we have to remember, we can never forget that American liberty has not endured for 250 years merely because of words on paper. Liberty has prevailed here because of the culture and character of the people who declared it, defended it, and preserved it. These are very, very special times, and this is a very special place. You live in a very special place. Congratulations, everybody. The identity of a nation is the destiny of a nation, and America has a destiny like no other because we are a people like no other. For whatever reason, that's just the way it is. Here, the old world sent its bravest, boldest, and most resilient, its fiercest, most faithful, and freedom-loving. These men and women brought values, traditions, and customs transmitted over the centuries in Britain and stretching back even further to Athens, Jerusalem, and Rome. The United States of America is where the greatest civilization in human history became greater than ever before. On the grounds and granite hills and the rugged plains of this wide open continent, they forged a uniquely American character, a new breed of citizen. That's you. Congratulations. Congratulations. You're not that new a breed. You're a really good breed, but I'm not sure that you're that new a breed. Americans did not bow before a king or a government, but kneeled only before Almighty God. Right. These were the people who founded our republic. These were the patriots who fought for independence. This was the spirit that demanded freedom, and this was the culture that built America and carved its heroes into Mount Rushmore. For generations, it was understood that the core of patriotic duty of every American was to pass this culture on to our children and to preserve the nation for centuries and centuries to come. But in recent years, there's been an undeniable attempt to change this exceptional character, to beat the American spirit out of us, alienate us from our history, and to make it impossible to even answer the question, what does it mean to be an American? As we march into our 250th year, incredible, beautiful year it will be, we must never forget there is no American freedom without American culture. And there is no American founding without the American people. Many nations have paper constitutions and legal systems, but the citizens live in fear and squalor. A constitution is only as strong as the people and the culture responsible for upholding it. But as long as we remember who we are, we have to always remember who we are and what we're all about. The United States of America will forever be the land of free men and women, and we will never, ever fail. So tonight, let us say clearly and proudly what makes Americans so unique and extraordinary. We're going to give our country its identity back. Above all, Americans love freedom. We cherish independence, and we know that we are the heirs to the most beautiful land, the most thrilling story, and the most precious legacy on which the sun has ever shined. In America, we do not need anyone's permission to say what we think and to live as we please, to worship as we choose, or to keep and bear arms. You know that. And for almost 6 years during my presidency, I've saved almost single-handedly, but working with John and some other great people, we've saved your Second Amendment, and I will continue to do so, I promise. Our rights here given to us by the God who made us, and those rights shall not be infringed. Americans believe in self-reliance. We look at success, envy not, and I say that some people are envious and some people are not. We are not, but with admiration, and we earn it, and we will always earn it, and we will always respect it. We are an incredible, good, kind, and generous people, always ready to help a friend or a neighbor in need. No one has ever given more to charity, ended more hunger, cured more disease, or done more to uplift humanity than Americans, and no country ever will be able to match it. Thank you. So true. Americans honor excellence. We admire boldness. We respect ambition. We are a nation of dreamers and believers, warriors and explorers, doers and fighters. In every human endeavor, Americans see an unfinished competition. What is strong can be made stronger. What is fast can be made faster. What is great can be made greater than ever before. That's what's happening with America. Show us a mountain and we'll just climb it. Show us an ocean and we'll just cross it. Show us a problem and we will just solve it. Show us a task the world calls impossible and Americans will get it done. Americans are strong and always ready to stand firm for a good cause. We treasure justice, fairness, family, honesty, and human dignity, unlike societies based on class, clan, or tribe. We see every citizen as an individual, equal under the law and equal under the eyes of the Lord. In America, we speak English because that is the language of our founding, and for 1,000 years, that has been the language of freedom. An American always wants peace and order, but we will never shrink from danger or threat. We will always fight, 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 and win, win, win. We got to do that. Because this is our culture, this is our character. American is all of these things, but every American knows these are the traits that make our country exceptional, and exceptional it is. You do not have to be born here, but you do have to love what we have built. You must love our country. There has never been anything like us anywhere on earth, and we are not going to let anyone take that away. Yet as we approach this magnificent anniversary, we see our American identity under a renewed attack. A generation after we fought and won the Cold War against the menace of communism, there is now a resurgence of the communist menace in our land, including from newcomers to our country who embrace ideas totally opposed to our way of life and our great success. These are not mere political disagreements like differences over taxes or regulations. Communism is a mortal threat to American liberty. It is the greatest threat to our country, including World War I, World War II, Pearl Harbor, or even 9/11. We're not going to let this happen to us. Believe me, we're not letting it happen. Because communism is the enemy of free people everywhere in the world. Never works. It's the enemy of the Constitution. Above all, it's the enemy of July 4th, 1776. It is the enemy indeed. Even while the radicals and extremists attack our incredible history at every turn, they are silent on the miserable history of communism itself, because it never worked. Thousands of years, if you look at it, under different names, under somewhat different ideologies and systems, that system has led to more death and destruction than any system ever tried. It killed 100 million people just in the last century alone. Communism is the exact opposite of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's death, tyranny, and the pursuit of evil. The godless communist morality states that anything is justified to bring about inhuman visions and to really propose what's good. They don't want good. They don't love God, and they don't want God. They don't love religion, and they don't want religion, and they won't have it. But we will not let them win. They have no chance against us. They have no respect for law, justice, principle, tradition, or your God-given rights. It's an ideology of mass theft, mass control, mass lies, and mass murder. Such doctrines can be given no quarter in a democracy, because the first thing they do when they get into power is turn around and destroy it. It always is destroyed, just as communists have done in other countries all over the world, no matter where you look. Very simply, communism represents the worst ideas and abuses in history by the worst people. The American founding represents the best ideas and traditions in history by the best people like you. You can be loyal to Karl Marx, or you can be loyal to America. You can be a communist, or you can be a patriot. You cannot be both. As for those who peddle Marxist lies about our heritage, tell our children that we live on stolen land, or that our heroes were oppressors, they're doing something much worse than slandering our past. They are slandering and attacking our future. Not going to let that happen. They're trying to tear down the great American character, to destroy the people who declared independence, who crossed the Delaware, who settled the West and conquered the skies. You know who those people are. But we will never let that happen. Our American ancestors did not shed their blood at Concord and Trenton, Gettysburg and Shiloh, Midway and Normandy, just so that a band of thieves, radicals, and lunatics could come in and loot, pillage our nation. Our heroes died to win, build, and to save, and to build truly a great country, the greatest country ever in the world. So on the eve of this 250th anniversary of American heritage, we resolve and swear for all to hear that the citizens of the United States of America will vanquish communism quickly. Don't let them take too much of your time. You know they're wasting your time, don't you? But we're not going to let them take too long or too much of our time as they play their games and send them into exile. We will put away and we will continue to build our country bigger and better, stronger than ever before. America will never be a communist country. We can only lose the midterms if we allow ourselves to lose the midterms, if we are foolish, stupid, and unwise. But if we terminate the filibuster as we should do, and immediately vote for the Save America Act, then we will not lose an election for 100 years. We do that, we're not going to lose an election for 100 years. The Communist Party is made up of illegal immigrants, criminals, and everybody that doesn't want to work. Communism is a loser. It always was, and it is right now. It's a big loser. Look at the people that are promoting it. They are not the people you're going to follow. In 250 years, the free people of this land have accomplished more with our liberty than any other society has accomplished, even in thousands and thousands of years. As you look back and you study, what our critics will never understand is that America is not the sum of its mistakes. Our mistakes make us human. Our achievements make us American, and nobody has ever had the achievements that we've had. We are the nation that dreamed and created the modern world. We laid the railroads. We raised up those big, beautiful skyscrapers, harnessed electricity, and invented the light bulb, the telephone, the airplane, the assembly line, the television, the microchip, the personal computer, the internet, the GPS, the smartphone, and almost everything else that has ever been invented, including, especially over the last few days in certain areas, a thing called air conditioning. We invented it all. We charted the human genome, cured diseases. We powered entire cities by splitting single atoms and planted our flag on the moon. Americans fill the airwaves of the planet with our music and our culture. We invented baseball, basketball, football, volleyball, NASCAR, and the rodeo. We love that rodeo of the West. Americans have won the most Olympic medals of any country in the world by far. The most Nobel Prizes. Well, they haven't given me one. Settled 8 wars, I still haven't gotten it. That's okay. And the most world records. We publish by far the most patents. We produce the best movies. We make the best music. And we raise up the greatest entertainers and strongest athletes the world has ever seen. So true. We built the biggest and most dynamic economy. And by the way, our country today is doing better than it's ever done before. Never had anything like it. With, as of last week, $19.2 trillion pouring into the United States right now from all over the world. That's the investments being made, and the record was 3. 4 years. In 4 years, the last administration did much less than 1, and we did 19.2 in 12 months. And thanks to our great election win, November 5th, and the tariffs, plants and factories are being built all over the United States right now, and They're being built at a number that we've never, ever seen before. So much more. We're breaking records by double, triple, quadruple. We created the strongest and most powerful military. We won 2 world wars. The Cold War left America's enemies in the depths of history. We beat Venezuela in one day, and we knocked the hell out of Iran. They're dying to settle. They want to settle so badly. We gave them a week off for a funeral because we're nice. For 250 years, the entire world has looked to our country and been inspired by the leaps of progress, feats of strength, and acts of selflessness, faith, and hope that could only have happened right here. 2 years ago, we were laughed at, mocked, and a nation in decline. We were in very serious decline. Last administration, what they've done to us, we can never, ever forget that. And today we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. Everybody respects us like no nation. Remember this, we're respected like no nation in the world is respected like us. Every king, every prime minister, every president, they respect us more than any other country by far. 2 years ago, they laughed at us. Now it's only respect. And I want to tell you, the best is yet to come. So in conclusion, from the roaring waters of Niagara Falls to the shimmering gushes of oil and fire from our beloved Texas, from the magnificent fields of corn and wheat and barley of our farms in the Midwest, to the vast canyons of finance in New York City, from the billowing stacks of steel now being produced all over our country at record levels, to the car plants that are rising like we have never seen before. We have more plants under construction than we've had ever before. Automobile plants, something you didn't see of at all for 35 years. To technology from the minds of geniuses that is being brought to life in all corners of our country. From the snow-capped peaks of the Rockies to the white sand shores of the Gulf of America. And you're right here in the Black Hills of the Dakotas. After 250 years, American freedom still rings. The American dream still lives, and the American flag still flies more proudly than ever before. Over the people who will not quit, the nation that will not fail, the country that will not fall, no matter how hard the enemy tries, we cannot be beaten. Tomorrow we reach a milestone like no other and celebrate with joyful hearts and soaring spirits, because after 2.5 centuries, we know that this is not an ending. This is only the beginning of the golden age of America. And together we will make America bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. I promise you that. It's an honor to be your president. Thank you very much, and happy Independence Day to all. God bless you all. God bless you all. Thank you.
All right, as this speech ends, I just have doubts that that was a speech from today. I really believe that speech was from yesterday, because as I warned you all through the middle of the speech, that I still see on the broadcast weather delays at the for the Americans event. Okay, so I don't know if it's raining there that is causing the weather delay for the speech, but this is the speech that they shown. But if you listen closely to his verbiage, he was speaking into future tense, if you will. Okay, it'll mark, tomorrow will mark the day of 250. You know, he was speaking like that in the speech that he just gave, which alerted me to think that that speech was yesterday. Okay, so I'm still going to keep broadcasting because of the alert that they have on the screen. We are broadcasting and listening into the Right Side Broadcast Network, and their network is saying that the weather delayed at this event is the speech hasn't happened, y'all. From what I'm gathering and from how the verbiage in the president's speech was that we just listened to, it was alluding to future events such as today's events. Okay, so we're going to keep broadcasting. Let me see if they're saying anything or if they're just playing music. As I do that, go ahead, subscribe to the channel today. Double tap your screen. It's not hard to do. I appreciate you all participating in the live chat. Go ahead, feel free to participate in the live chat, and subscribe. I am your host, Ethereal. Let's see what they're saying. It might be just music still. Yeah. So I'm just going to keep it here, and we're going to continue to hear yesterday's broadcast, and I'm going to come back. Going to go back and forth because I'm just telling you, I just do not believe that that was today's speech. And I don't know, I've heard rumors that President had a situation where he collapsed. I don't know if it was due to heat, illness, or what. And I'll go and we'll listen to that broadcast as well. So it might be a combination of two things going on where we have not actually heard today's speech. Okay, now you can go fact check me, go back and listen to the broadcast, listen to how he was wording some of his statements. It was talking as if he was talking into the future, as into today and the events of today. Okay, so let's get the matter of fact. Let me see. We're gonna go back to when they were closing down. The president closed down yesterday's state fair because of the heat. We're going to go to that broadcast, and then we're going to go to where people were talking about the president collapse as well, but I don't know exactly what from. This is just pure assumptions and rumors on that. So let's go rewind that back. You're listening to Ethereal. Go ahead, double tap your screen, get the thumbs up, share the broadcast, hype the broadcast. Matter of fact, before we do that, y'all come on, I'm going to give y'all a quick commercial break. That's right. Go ahead, participate, because I love the jewels. I love when you participate. I love when you support the stream. Okay? Commercial break.
Become an official sponsor of the show. That will be 25 or more. I'm just a girl. I like those jewels. I like those jewels. It's super check. Well, they just let me see you better. I like those jewels. Hey, baby, I like those jewels. Cash App warms my heart. Money, work. Money, work. Join the family today. Become a member. Money, work. Join the family today. Become a member. Money, work. Join the family today. Become a member. Money, work. Join the family today. Become a member. Money, work.
Money works, okay? You can participate in the live chat right down below. It is a little button, it's like a little gift box. I mean, the gifts, the jewels, is a couple of cents. It's not going to break the bank, but it sure will help the broadcast, okay? It's not going to break the bank, like I said, but it will help in the broadcast, all right? So we're going to listen to what took place yesterday, why the president had shut down the state fair due to the heat. Okay, let's get this tuned up. Double tap, double tap.
Has officially been shut down. Let me repeat, the state fair is closed, and there have been a ton of medical emergencies right now in Washington, D.C., in and around this state fair. because of the massive heat wave that everybody has been warning about, but that the Trump regime is ignoring. What we are hearing is that there have been multiple people who have passed out, who were sent to the hospital. The Trump regime did not have sufficient medical stations. There were no misting stations. There was insufficient water. The booths by the so-called Great American State Fair didn't have AC. This became a massive health hazard, and we are hearing there have been a lot of people going to the hospital, a lot of people who have been seriously suffering from health conditions. Bill Mulligan over at Fox posted the following message: the National Mall is closing and the Great American State Fair is postponed until 5 p.m. for what we believe are heat-related reasons. Everyone is being asked to go to the exits. It is miserably hot and humid today. Genuinely feels like a sauna when you step outside. Yeah, according to meteorologists, Washington, D.C. right now is hotter than 99% of the rest of the world right now. Only a few places like in sub-Saharan Africa and a few locations in China are actually hotter than Washington, D.C. Here's the sign right here. Andrew Leadon posted this: the Great American State Fair is closed due to heat. Everyone must exit until 5 p.m., but I think it's going to be much longer than that. You have Julian Andrian over at Dropsite. Shout out to the guys at Dropsite, the people at Dropsite. They do great work. Here's what he just posted: Great American State Fair postponed because multiple attendees passed out due to heat stroke. I was there filming a Dropsite News vlog, and I personally witnessed 3 people pass out. The number is likely higher than 7 total. Take a look at this interview that Julian did with a staff member who was there at the so-called Great American State Fair. Folks, there is an emergency going down right now. State regime media is covering it up. Corporate news is covering it up. Julian's got the scoop here. Play this clip.
Yes, sir. You got just a second to tell us what's going on right now.
So right now, it's a heat wave going on.
Here, stand back there.
It's a heat wave going on right now, and people were just outside having fun, but people were also outside and passing out.
How
Okay,
many people did you see pass out yourself?
7 people passed out in the last 1 hour. 67 people passed out in the last 1 hour. I promise you, that's not close.
Is the event well prepared enough for this?
I mean, at my station, I can't talk through the whole thing. You see, I got water. Well, I had waters, but I still got cold water inside. So I don't know.
Does anybody go to the emergency room?
A lot of people will. A lot of people will. But they got little medical tents over there, which you can see. They got medical tents. It's 5 to 6 beds in the medical center, and they got free air and free water.
Did your bosses prepare you for something like this? Did they say that today was going to be a mass?
I mean, not really. They just said just be out here.
Just be out here.
Just be out here.
Just show up and something.
Something will happen. My job is to make sure that y'all up, y'all thirsty, and I mean y'all dehydrated, y'all hydration, and y'all good. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. So that happened yesterday when they closed down the state fair to celebrate the 200-year festivities that are taking place today. What we were listening to President Trump, but it's suspicious indeed, because it seems as if that that speech we listened to was from yesterday. Okay, that just seems like it was from yesterday. I'm going to just tap back in really quick to see what's going on at the live broadcast, to see what's said, and they still have this weather alert up, awaiting update, experiencing weather delay. Very interesting indeed. This is what gives me pause, because I believe we listened to a old broadcast from yesterday. Very interesting. It seems like they would say, we're broadcasting, have on the screen, this is a replay, something of that nature. But it seems like they're trying to deceive the people. Okay, I'm not trying to deceive you. I'm trying to let you know what I've observed by the broadcast I'm looking at, and where we're getting the broadcast from, which is Right Side Broadcast Network. Feel free, you can go join them as well. But I just wanted to let you know this is where we are broadcasting and we are listening into. Okay, so I wanted to also they were saying yesterday that Trump had collapsed, and I was trying to look for that broadcast. Let me see if I can find it. Turn this down really quick. As I'm doing that, go ahead, double tap the screen, participate in live stream. You can participate by chatting in the live stream, as well as you can throw jewels up on the screen. It's a little gift box down below. You can send super chats. That helps the stream as well. And our Cash App is scrolling across your screen right now. So let's hear what this person was saying regarding Trump. They were saying that he was not feeling well or something.
Well, and it is the last thing he wants anyone to be. Donald Trump is deeply unwell, and it is the last thing he wants anyone to be talking about right now. And so I'm going to do my patriotic duty on this July 4th and talk about what the president doesn't want me to. Talk about what the president has literally put my friends on lists for saying, and that is that he is a dementia patient who is in physical decline, who looks like shit, who is clinically obese, who's on a fat drug that he's hiding, and canceling everything because his health condition continues to get worse. We are going to get into it all, but first I want to start with a little breakdown from someone online who I think has done a great job covering Donald Trump's health. And this is someone who has spent time, extensive time, with dementia patients. You may have seen him before. He was just on with David Pakman, but I think he gave a great breakdown of Donald Trump's sleepy state, which is very important for why he's canceling everything.
Commander in sleep is still sundowning on camera because even a miracle drug can't stop the progression of his frontotemporal dementia. I'm a physical therapist with a doctorate in my field and 14 years experience working in home health care treating geriatric patients with dementia who sundown like this piece of shit.
We kept in a closet. We saw over and over again students being told they can form a club out of true religious belief. They can speak.
He snapped awake like my dog does every time I open a bag of chips. Now, the reason he falls fucking asleep on camera, surrounded by other people who are talking, is because the dementia is causing atrophy, a structure in his brain known as the suprachiasmatic nucleus. This is where the master clock of the brain is housed. Damage to this area causes you to be disconnected from day-night, sleep-wake, circadian rhythms. For the dementia patient who sundowns, their brain now wants to be asleep all day and then be awake all night, which Natalie Harp is fine with because it means she gets to type up his social media post instead of other stuff. It's reporting out today that Mitch McConnell was actually unresponsive and required an advanced life support EMS call before he was taken to George Washington University Medical Center. My guess is he aspirated on food or water, developed pneumonia, and is now septic, if he's alive. And the number one cause of logging off for the last time for somebody with his health conditions, frontotemporal dementia, is aspiration-related pneumonia. Happy Tuesday. At this point, he's on 68 days of borrowed time. Who did he borrow the time from? His first wife that he pushed down the stairs from when he should have wandered into the reflecting pool and drowned in the algae. Been impeached, or they should have finished the process of invoking the 25th Amendment. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Donald Trump hates these videos. Can't stand
I bet
them.
he does.
Doesn't like them at all. Does not like us talking about how weak he is. And I think that is the most important point here, that he doesn't like us talking about how weak he is because he knows that he is presenting that way publicly. And again, I talk about Donald Trump's health. I try to make this point so it's not all just like, jokes and calling him a McDonald's ass, which, by the way, that interview that he did with CNBC with Joe Kernan, did he not just look like a big old bucket of beans, like busting out the sides of his suit? Oh my God, Donald, put down the hot dogs. You don't need any more, big man. Literal big man. But it's not just because we're making fun of him. Like, it's not a make fun thing. It is very serious when he tries to make himself feel better about his medical state by invading a foreign nation or threatening nuclear annihilation. That's a bad thing. And again, clearly he's concerned with his public image, as he always is. But he said this right here that really should make you think that he's on that fat drug.
Others like President William Taft throw out the first pitch of baseball. He was a large man, very large, and he loved baseball. He'd go to baseball games, loved the hot dogs at the baseball games. He was our heaviest president, and I had to be careful because I don't want to supersede his record. And a thing like that would be possible if I allowed it to happen. For all of you out there watching, keep yourself in good shape, right? Like you. You're in such good shape.
We got that reporting last week that Donald Trump was maybe the 79-year-old experimental patient on one of the fat drugs, as he calls them, and him being so concerned about how he looks on camera. The truth, like we was doing, he has serious health problems, and so does everybody in the White House. They cover them up. Just because you say you're the most transparent administration in history, bullshit, doesn't mean that you are, considering you literally conceal his bruises with concealer, which conceals, and if I bust open the synonyms, I think hides might be one of them. You hide shit. You cover it up. You conceal it.
All right, Jake. So, Jake, I was listening to Jake ramble on because his thumbnail had July 4th collapse and President Trump on there. And these are some videos I wanted to go through, but I went through them with you all because I said before we started, these are rumors about him not feeling well. But he's just rambling on. So we're just going to go back on and we're going to check to see what's going on with the live broadcast at the State Fair 250th celebration. And was that a replay of yesterday's president address, or will we hear the president today?
And the vice president really reiterating the threat against America.
So they had the man on the street doing interviews. Hopefully, they might still have the president, y'all, because I truly believe that was an old speech that we just heard from yesterday, because it still has weather delays at this event, America's event. So come on.
Years is proof that it worked out. But like Bobby and I were talking about, Bobby and I went around, we interviewed tens, maybe 100 people at this point, maybe more than that, and asked them what the highlight of today was, why they came. And I would say the majority of the responses were because they wanted to see the air show, they want to see the flyovers. This guy right over here just walking by, interviewed him earlier, young man, and he came just to see the Blue Angels earlier. It's the sole reason he came, to see the Blue Angels, and he was just starstruck. When he saw, he was just smiling ear to ear. And I think that's the common
what I want to
reaction
do
here,
is
that people.
I'm going to read some of the comments because people are leaving. And in the comment section, it's saying, why are people evacuating? Wait, is the storm up on us? So people in the comment section are also confused. What storm? Lightning in the area? The storms are all north and east of there right now. Question mark? So, yeah, I believe that speech you heard was from yesterday. There's something suspicious indeed. Let's go to the street.
As well. Also, there was a storm last night in New York City, so those tall ships and those big military ships that were going in the harbor as well, a little bit safer in that moment, but a lot of those tall ships took some damage. And whether it was from the United States of America or the 50 plus countries that joined us today for our celebration, they fixed those ships overnight. And the vice president called that out as really a monumental feat to enjoy the armada that happened earlier in New York Harbor today. So from New York City to Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, PA, where it all began, this nation celebrating from coast to coast, and especially those places where this American story began 250 years ago.
And lest we forget the story of last night, we were talking to a colleague from Newsmax on the pressurizer while all of this was going on and Secret Service was evacuating us. He reminded us that he was there at Mount Rushmore in South Dakota last night, and golf ball sized hail was coming down before the president was scheduled to speak. Yet they continued with it. It might have taken 2 hours, but they continued after the hail. The president came out and he delivered a 27-minute speech. So no matter what happens, I'm sure we will hear from the president tonight. He has a pre-prepared speech he wants to deliver.
Okay, there we go. That was an old speech, ladies and
gentlemen. There were a lot of
gentlemen.
generators as well as we see behind us being removed.
Okay, so that was an old speech that we were listening to that they broadcast. So we're supposed to still looking out for the president's speech, but they have people evacuating the area. So will the president give a speech from indoors, which is strange? I'm going to stay live. I'm going to stay on this because this is a total shift from the plans of today. They have people leaving the event center, the state fair, for the 250th year celebration. I don't know if it's due to rain that they're not going to do the fireworks, if it's due to the president not feeling well, that they may relocate his speech. We do not know. So, but I'm here and we are going to be tapped in. All right, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel today, and let's get it. Let's go.
Do in the name and by the authority of the good people of these colonies, solemnity, publish, and declare that these United Colonies are of right, ought to be free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is and ought to be totally dissolved, and that as a free and independent states, they have full power to levy war, conclude the peace, contract alliances, establish commerce, and do all other acts and things which independent states may have the right to do. And for the support of this declaration, we, with a firm resolve, on reliance on the support of this protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. And to remember those names today, as we have for now 250 years, we will keep this republic if we can do so, just as Mr. Franklin said, outside of Independence Hall in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. If you're just joining us on Right Side Broadcasting Network, Mr. Director will take you through some of what we're seeing right now. We're on 15th and Constitution, and I'm Robert McNeely, and I'm with Christian Hodges as we cover everything here in Washington, D.C. today.
Okay, so they're panning around, showing you the people leaving, showing you people on the street. Go ahead, double tap your screen, double tap your screen. From what we know thus far, the president has not addressed, the United States has not addressed the 250th year
So right now we're
celebration.
on 15th and Constitution. We still have people coming out of the mall right now on the Secret Service order because there is supposed to be torrential downpour come a few minutes from now. Yes, sir. And they're doing a tremendous job with that. It's hard to do crowd control, and Secret Service has been extraordinary today.
They have, and there's definitely been a few people who have tried to say no to Secret Service. I don't think that's a very smart idea. They have the authority to arrest if you refuse to evacuate. I think that picture's gotten across pretty clear. As we still see a few people still evacuating the area over there, still trickling out one by one by one. I do expect it to continue, but these people really want it. They really want it. Like when we were still there at the riser and walking our way out, people started booing the Secret Service, not to disrespect them, but to say they wanted the party to continue because this is why they came. They were chanting USA, USA as we're walking out. The American spirit is here. It's well. It's alive. And they want the party to continue.
And like we were born 250 years ago, this was somewhat of a peaceful defiance. But everyone, for the most part, when you remember the terminology, mostly peaceful during COVID, this actually was, by and large, completely peaceful. It wasn't like anything was on fire in the background. Now, as you can see as well, this is the Department of Commerce, one of the most beautiful buildings in D.C., and decked out Secretary Howard Lutnick and his team, putting up the Freedom 250 flags and the Betsy Ross flags in a Greco-Roman architecture, just delightful here on 15th and Constitution. So we'll see what President Trump has in store. We know that he is someone who does not take no for an answer. So I think the worst comes to worst, perhaps an address tonight on this 4th of July from the Oval Office. If not, just delayed slightly, and then we'll get the party started once again. But we're waiting for an official update from the Secret Service and the police in the area. And hopefully everyone gets to see it in action because, like Christian said, there's a lot of people here who spend a lot of money, spend time this weekend, and extending their vacations, enjoying our nation's capital.
Right.
Okay.
And the rain's really starting.
So I do see your message. And we're going to check the audio real quick. So as I check the audio, go ahead, get the thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Like I was saying earlier in the broadcast, when you all were listening to the president speak, after he spoke, I said that I did not feel that that was a live speech from the president. Due to his wording in his speech, he was speaking into the future, and that's why I forewarned you guys to wait, because it did not seem like that was a present speech, and it wasn't. And they still had the weather warning up on the screen that I was reading from. So all of those clues made me to gather that this was not the president's speech. So I was saying for you to just wait, and yes, indeed, it wasn't. The president has not spoke yet, but there's other things that are happening right now. So if you give me a minute, I want to check the audio. Go ahead, double tap the screen. I want to make sure you can hear me. If you can hear me, put a 9 in the chat for me. Put a 9 in the chat. The president has not spoke yet, but there's other people. Okay, so I must have some bots in the audience, because I can hear it just clear. I can hear myself just clear. So we're going to continue. Bots, go away. We do not need any bots in the audience. Okay? All right. So what I was saying is that the president has not spoken yet, and that they're evacuating the state fairgrounds of the lawn where they set up for the state fair to celebrate the 250th year. But a lot has been going on, and it's been quite suspicious indeed. So as you in the building, go ahead, get the thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Double tap your screen. It is not that hard to hit the tab, okay? It's free, matter of fact. It is free. You can also support the platform by throwing some jewels. Hit that little box that is a $sign. It's a couple of pennies, a couple of coins to help support the platform. Okay? All right. So they are evacuating, and so I don't know where. Most likely it's going to be inside somewhere, like I predicted earlier. I said they're most likely going to be inside, and I was like, why? Because the vice president spoke, but he was outside, right? Y'all, if you were here with me earlier, I said the vice president, he's outside. It makes no sense to have planned an event, and you knew yesterday that it was burning up hot and people had to be evacuated yesterday, or by the medical team that they had out there, and that the president even closed the event down yesterday because of the heat. They should have had, I don't know. Don't ask me, a certified event planner, what I think. Don't ask me, because I might just tell you the truth. Go ahead, double tap your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Get the thumbs up. It's not hard, it's free. And go ahead and subscribe to the channel today. So we will be on until we hear the president, okay? So I will be broadcasting until we hear the president, because I want to know, because all of this is suspicious indeed. And then we heard, I told you, some rumors on the streets, of these internet streets, that the president was not feeling well. But like I said, those were purely rumors. But it just seems to be adding up to what is going on, because it wasn't even raining. But they just said, evacuate, evacuate. The Secret Service is out telling the people, get out. The party is over, but you still most likely will hear from the president. Okay, let's go back to the live broadcast and see what they're talking about.
And they're just barricaded off, waiting and waiting for the moment of truth.
There are a lot of entrances. So waiting to hear if there's any other specific updates happening as we walk down towards the Treasury building and actually towards the White House. So maybe we'll go knock on the front door, see what the president's up to, what he's thinking, see what he's thinking. Back in
Abraham Lincoln's day, he kept the gate open. You could walk up and you could just meet with the chief usher right there, but things have changed a bit security-wise. Although, fun fact, every door is unlocked at the White House. That's the Treasury building. So Treasury building right next to the White House. And so you see Commerce right here, catty corner from the Department of Treasury. So Secretary Lutnick and also Scott Bessent, Secretary Bessent, both have quite an easy commute to the White House when the president summons them for a cabinet meeting or two. And this administration having, I think we're at 14 meetings now officially, if not more. So this cabinet meeting on a regular basis and looking how to streamline the size and scope of the federal government. That's something that struck me, Christian, about as we reflect on the second term. Really remarkable how government, as Ronald Reagan put it, the president, the 40th president, great communicator, the closest thing to eternal life on earth is that of a government program. But these people working to get rid of that, including the Department of Education.
Right, and there's a lot of government waste, government programs that are just wasted money that we're sending to test whether rats can be transgender. All these crazy things that we're wasting money on. If this was a private business, if Elon Musk was the CEO, if you or I were the CEO, would we be spending money on this? And ask yourself that question. Would you be spending money to see if rats could be transgender? No, you wouldn't. The federal government, there's a lot of waste. You just got to cut the fat away. Vivek Ramaswamy was involved early on, and Elon Musk. I think we need to bring back some of the Doge policies, bring back some of the special government employees as soon as we can.
That is true. And $4.8 billion in fraud found, Christian, by the vice president, his staff, when it comes to the healthcare fraud. Dr. Oz and Secretary Kennedy touching on that recently in a press conference. So we're right by the White House. We're right by the Department of the Treasury, outside of the Commerce building, and across the street, some of the more beautiful hotels here along Pennsylvania Avenue, a great stretch that will take you directly to Capitol Hill. And we like that route during the inauguration. Of course, last year did not happen with how cold the temperatures were. So we are used to here at Right Side Broadcasting Network being at super cold temperatures and super warm temperatures. But we still have a big crowd out here waiting to potentially get back in to enjoy the festivities tonight. Again, no update right now, but as the Salute to America continues, it's a 4th of July celebration unlike any other.
It's quite a turning event from inauguration. The parade was canceled. Why? Not because of heat, but because of extreme cold. The parade was canceled today, not because of extreme cold, but because of extreme heat. A year and a half later after the president was inaugurated, his biggest event since inauguration has been postponed for the very opposite reason. And similar, it's ironic, but it's the tale of Trump's world at this point. There are definitely forces that in existence that would love to divide Trump world right now, and would love to make all of these people believe that Trump is trying to do something and this is a bad look for the administration. It's none of the above. You can't control the weather. Some people believe you can, but you can't control the weather. And if thunder starts to rain down here in a few minutes, so be it.
And we'll see if the clouds part as it did
to my channel,
just for the
know
Flag Day
about HARP. We know about your cloud seeding and weather control. We're not asleep like you might think.
To celebrate so much of what America is all about. And speaking of America 250 and the celebration of this country, I'm struck by the. We're just listening right now. Yeah, Secret Service continues to push everyone out here. And some people still lingering and hanging. Everyone's listening, abiding by the rules that are at hand. Oh yeah, right. No, people are very, very eager. I'd like to share a few things of what people have been sending me today, or even posting on Facebook, just friends of mine. Including Robert Belmonte back in Atlanta, Georgia, saying, happy semi-quincentennial, everyone. Wishing you and your families a blessed 4th of July 2026. May God continue to bless the United States of America and our nation and your loved ones to the prosperity and the American exceptionalism for the next 250 years. From one grateful patriot to the many others conversing here, thanks for being part of my American dream. God, family, country, that's what has cultivated us in times like these and will sustain us with great company. I also saw that Jeff Jaworski posted on Facebook as I was putting out our flag for this coming 4th of July grand celebration. My thoughts are directed to those brave men and women who once raised the same colors of red, white, and blue in the triumphant glory amidst battle and bloodshed, with the scent of victory in their hearts in places like Iwo Jima and many other sacred places of slaughter and mayhem. But then a reminder that what we've heard on the radio, a quote from one of the prospective candidates for our own Congress, whose name isn't worthy of mentioning, who was quoted that she washes her dirty hands at the same flag. My heart turned sour, realizing that those who fought, died, and were dismembered for defense of this glorious symbol were probably younger than this piece of blank of a human. They who gave everything for her right to do what she pleases with the American flag makes me unequivocally suggest that her and the rest of those who think our country sucks and needs to pay retribution for its shortcomings, please move. Leave this place you obviously hate and go somewhere else away, far away from where you can denigrate the greatest land of the free from a distant place where the ramblings before those younger people or misguided ones may actually pay attention. Thank you, Jeff, for those poignant words. I think it's worth, with all the celebrations as well, remembering what matters most to defend this great nation.
Yeah, I think we should go talk to the people and see what the people are thinking. You guys seem pretty eager to go back in. Where'd you guys come from?
Florida.
Pretty long flight?
Yeah.
Go back in? Everyone wants to go back in. You want to see the fireworks show? What do you want to see?
The fireworks show, yeah.
Wait for the fireworks show. Where'd you guys come from?
From Guatemala.
Fireworks show. Just for the fireworks show.
Yeah.
Guatemala? Where'd you guys come from?
Local.
Okay. You guys would go home, sleep in your own bed tonight. Yeah. But you guys want to get back in? Yeah. Everyone does. Everyone wants to go back in. Where'd you come from?
I'm from Syria. I come from Syria.
Yeah. Syria, just for the fireworks show, just for the 4th of July. Well, hopefully we'll get back in. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so it's really on lockdown at the moment, but that's to be anticipated. Ma'am, what do you think about this? You want to get back into this great celebration?
I do. Yes, I think we are all excited to celebrate America's 250th birthday, and we know that God is bigger than any storm, and we're not afraid of a little bit of rain.
Well, that's the MAGA way, if you will.
Yes.
I think, and in defiance of our founders were the same way. The 56 men who signed their death warrant were in defiance of a nation that was taxing us without representation. And I wonder what they would think now, 250 years later. 342 barrels of tea that went into the ocean there in Boston, Massachusetts, into the harbor. But what a celebration this is right here in the nation's capital.
Yes, no storm can stop the momentum and the movement that we're seeing across America, across the world, and the impact that America has had on future generations and being able to cast what's to come the next 250 years. I think that no matter what happens this evening, we all are excited to celebrate America, and our founding fathers had to go through a lot of storms and they persevered, so we're able to take heart in it.
May we do the same. Where are you traveling from?
Denver, Colorado. Yes.
A good distance out there. There's a couple of communist candidates out there in Colorado. Now, what is happening in that once very red state?
Well, actually, I think it's going to be turning red very soon, and there's some great leaders like Victor Marx and several others that are going to take the state back.
It is gorgeous out there. Talking about Purple Mountain Majesty, I think about Colorado every time that happens. Well, stay safe out there. It's drizzling a little bit, but we might be okay here. Oh, absolutely. Sir, how are you enjoying America 250? This is just, what a blast.
Indeed. It's an honor to be here for the 250th celebration.
I've been amazed by how patient everyone is today, considering the hot temperatures for one. We're down to 87 degrees now, so a little bit of this brought the cooler weather, but a little bit of a disappointment thus far. But we know this president, he's just hanging out right down the street there. He's going to look to every way possible to make this happen.
Yes, I agree. I think that it's going to be big, and that's why we're all waiting patiently, because he can only go big. So
I want to emphasize that too. Everyone's so patient, and we're at. I want to see the final number because we're at hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people who showed up today to Washington D.C. Really making a summer and family vacation. Where are you out from? Where are you traveling from?
Colorado.
We got the Colorado corner over here, as we're outside the Commerce Building, of course, across the street from the Department of Treasury. And right now, I mean, we might get on the lucky side. We've seen how the storms have parted and the clouds parted for Flag Day and the UFC fight. Perhaps that will happen tonight.
Let's hope. Let's hope. That's all we can do.
So when did you start waiting today to get in initially to the mall?
We've been kind of back and forth. We came earlier and they turned us away, so then we tried again, and then we just came now. So we've been out here for about 2.5 hours.
Now, did you have a highlight? Were you able to go along the mall and see the Great American Fair?
We came Thursday night and we were able to get in there, and then yesterday they closed it right as we were getting to the entrance, and then today they didn't open till 5, so we wandered over to George Washington's Mount Vernon and saw some other sites. So
what a nice place to be for America 250. Navy veteran?
I am.
Thank you for your service. The Navy, 2 veterans right here, my friends. Amazing to see the Navy flyovers today, Air Force, Army. Do you have a favorite flyover? I don't know if I could pick one. The F-35s were incredible.
They're all good. I appreciated seeing Air Force One with the F-35s with it.
Yeah, that was a great time. Yeah, the new and the old.
Yeah, I mean, we're out here for the fireworks. We'd love to be able to see Trump. We don't know if we'll get close enough, but and then also for the flyovers, all of them. They're amazing. Yeah.
It really is special. Well, thank you for joining us at Right Side Broadcasting, and hang in there. It's a patient group, and we'll seek to have fun. And most of all, thank you for your service. And happy birthday, America. So a special time as we see more people kind of funneling into this exit here, but staging that area just to the right of me for the Salute to America. It's a 4th of July celebration. Unlike any other, I don't think we've asked you over the course of these hours of broadcast, what are you doing if you're not in Washington, D.C., or even New York City or Philadelphia, PA? How are you celebrating at home America 250? I hope you had a great time with family and friends, perhaps some burgers and brats and dogs right on the grill. Makes you think of our 40th president, Ronald Reagan, opening up a cold one. I think it was a Red Stripe, and grilling a bunch of hot dogs for those enjoying the nation's birthday when he was president of the United States. But again, thank you to all those in uniform today, whether it's our Secret Service, Metropolitan Police, to first responders. We heard the story moments ago when a couple people fainted from the heat, and those paramedics responding immediately. We saw it throughout the day, and they make this process smooth and orderly, and it's hard. Crowd control is difficult, but again, these amazing American patriots, it's all of you, it's people here who put Donald John Trump into office not once but twice and changed the course of human history since 2015, ever since coming down that golden escalator. And that's why we started as an organization to show you the crowds and what's really happening, because some outlets just don't do that.
All right. So we're waiting for the president to speak. He has not addressed the celebrations that have been taking place throughout the day for the 250th celebration of the 4th of July. We heard a speech earlier, and it was the president. But like I said, from the verbiage in his speech, that was a previous recording. Okay, so the weather did take a turn. It hasn't stormed. They've been receiving some drizzle, but they have been evacuated by the Secret Service, so they had to leave the fairgrounds. And right now, people are still waiting. They've been pushed back to some point, but people are not leaving. They're just standing behind the gate. They want to re-enter the fairgrounds. Secret Service is not allowing that. They're saying that there's supposed to be a storm coming and rain is upon them. So they're just receiving drizzle right now. So we might hear the president's speech come from the Oval Office or some place of that sort. I don't know. I'm just preparing you, or it might just be audio. We might not even see the president himself because these are just some events that have taken place, and they did not update, official update via the news. This is just, we're watching it as it unfolds. through Right Side Broadcasting Network. My name is Ethereal. I'm your host. Please feel free to go ahead and subscribe to the channel today. Go ahead and get the thumbs up. Participate also in the chat. Let's get back to the broadcast. It looks as if the rain is starting to come down more. People are putting their umbrellas up. They're panning across. The people are refusing to leave. They are behind the barrier which the Secret Service has put up. I thought I heard the thunder for a minute. But yeah, people are putting up their umbrellas. I'm going to read what some people are saying in the chat. Happy 250 birthday, America. I get overworked with a lot of crowds. Yeah, the crowd is not going anywhere. Zion 2000, I keep saying 2,000, 250. Zion 250. The weather which is it? I can hear the rumbling of the thunder. I don't know if it's picking up where you all can hear it, but I definitely can hear the rumbling of the thunder. I'm reading some of what they're saying here. Pray for America to return to biblical values, to vow God's, to avoid God's judgment. Well, judgment is coming whether we like it or not. Things that happen in this land that, yeah, the blood is crying out. Judgment is coming, but pray indeed. Okay. They took the generators. Rain forecast for 5 days in a row, yet not one drop fell. I'm hearing rumbling in the sky, and they're live right now in Washington, D.C. I'm seeing people with their umbrellas. So something is drizzling. Yeah, it might not have poured, but it is definitely drizzling. No Trump yet. Can't hate the rain. It's been hot all week. Blame it on the rain. So I don't even know if they'll be able to pop their firecrackers or fireworks. What are y'all feeling? Raw? I don't know what that was supposed to mean. It's not raining. Once again, I'm just reading what we are seeing over in their chat at their live broadcast from Right Side Broadcast Network. This is where we are tapped into today. We were waiting for the president to give his speech to address the 250 celebration at the State Fair there in Washington, D.C. We heard a speech, but that was an older speech. Then they came on finally to tell us that they have evacuated the State Fair due to the weather and that storms are to come, but storms are brewing and no rainfall but drizzle has occurred thus far. 250 years, boom. It looks like it will be clear soon. Forecast says all clear. Where can I park? People being funny. Biden didn't remember the 4th of July at all. Laugh out loud. Amen. We love you, Mr. President. The rain is evil. Is the enemy of the state, of the people. The rain is the enemy of the people. once again, a lot of circumstances have took place to where we have yet to hear from the President of the United States address the crowd that gathered for the 250th State Fair. The celebration on the 4th of July has been postponed. We are waiting to see when will the president address the nation. I'm sure other people are waiting. To me, he can address it at any time. He can address it from inside because nobody's on the lawn anymore. They're all been pushed back towards, I guess, a safety barrier where they have the crowd still standing, wanting to re-enter the State Fair of America to celebrate the 250 celebration, but there's no movement. The rain is drizzle. It's no rain, it's drizzle, but really there's nothing coming down right now. So I'm like, if the president is going to be inside to address this festivities, why hasn't it happened yet? Are they going to wait? I mean, the night has fallen there in Washington, D.C. I don't believe the patriots that are there will be able to even see any fireworks because of the so-called rain that is supposed to occur. But we're going to keep it tapped in right here. Go ahead and subscribe to the channel today. Subscribe to the channel today, ladies and gentlemen. And double tap your screen. It does not hurt to participate. Double tap your screen. We're going to commercial break and get you all to participate. My name is Ethereal. I'm your host. Let's get it.
Become an official sponsor of the show. There will be 25 or more. I'm just a girl. I like those jewels. I like those jewels. And Super Check, well, they just let me see you better. I like those jewels. Hey, baby, I like those jewels. Cash App warms my heart. Money, work. Money, work. Join the family today. Become a member. Money, work. Join the family today. Become a member. Money, work. Join the family today. Become a member. Money, work. Join the family today. Become a member. Money, work. Work. Become an official sponsor of the show. There will be 25 or more. I'm just a girl. I like those jewels. I like those jewels. And Super Check, well, they just let me see you better. I like those jewels. Hey, baby, I like those jewels. Cash App warms my heart. Money, work. Money, work. Join the family today. Become a member. Money, work. Join the family today. Become a member. Money, work. Join the family today. Become a member. Money, work. Join the family today. Become a member. Money, work.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go back. We are still tapped in to today's festivities here at the White House at Washington, the State Fair. The president was due to speak. He has not spoken yet. We were listening to an older broadcast that took place, I believe, yesterday. So we're going to go in and see what they are talking about and if we get any updates and when the president will speak.
Are you going to make a difference in your respective community, in your state, in your country? Because everyone here has a sphere of influence. The hundreds of thousands, the millions who have showed up for this have a difference to make, especially in the midterm elections. President Trump's name, not at the top of the ballot, but those incredible issues that have made America great, clearly there. As he made the distinction yesterday from Mount Rushmore and the hail that came through momentarily, President Trump speaking for 27 minutes last night at that iconic site of George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and Theodore Roosevelt, Abraham Lincoln. President of the United States, breaking news.
There we go.
just sending
There we
out
go.
an X post.
Here we go. Listen up.
Stand by for breaking news.
Breaking news.
Freedom 250 at President Trump's direction. Gates to the National Mall will reopen at 9:45. So it's 30 minutes from now. The Salute to America celebration will move forward, and the president will deliver remarks at 11 p.m., and the fireworks spectacular will follow. Rain or shine, the American people deserve a celebration worthy of our nation's historic 250th birthday. For 250 years, Americans have overcome every challenge with grit, resilience, and determination. A little rain will never diminish our pride and our patriotism and our celebration of the greatest nation in the history of the world, and RSBN will be right here for it.
That's the president we know and love. That's what
Here
we
we go,
expected
y'all.
all along. The gates
is
will
breaking
reopen at
news.
9:45, and the president will speak at 11 p.m. Fireworks will follow. So everyone, I think, is going to stay put here, and they're going to be right back in there at 9:45, ready to watch the president, ready to watch the world's largest fireworks display in history.
It's going to be an exciting one for the ages, and we are all here for it. So
We'll be
I still have
tapped in.
people coming north, so north towards the White House, towards the hotels, and then also the Department of the
But I have
Treasury.
a question.
in-
I wonder why 11? Why 11? It's children out there. Well, it is summertime, but yet and still, why they gotta wait till 11 o'clock to pop the fireworks? I mean, I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking questions, okay, y'all? Look, maybe the president need a little more rest, get himself together, okay? But I don't understand why 11. But we gonna be here. We're gonna be tapped in because we want to hear what the president has to say. He says the gates will reopen at 9:30 their time, okay? And the crowd that is standing behind the barriers will be allowed to come back in, and then celebrate the 200-year celebration of America's State Fair and the 4th of July. All right, we're going back in to live coverage.
Right Side Broadcasting Network.
As they pan around, showing the crowd waiting anxiously to get back in. They don't have a long wait, but yet and still, once they are allowed back in, they still will have to wait until 11 o'clock tonight before their time, Washington, D.C. time, before they will see the president. I don't know if they have somewhere where he will come out and address them, or will he address them from inside the Oval Office via satellite? I'm not sure, but we are going to wait here, wait it out, so that we can hear the official. You heard it was 10:45. We just heard the live report given 11. We just heard it. We've been listening to a live broadcast right here. We've been tapped into a Right Side Broadcast Network, tapped in live for about going on maybe 2 hours or so now, and look like we're going to be here a little longer, watching out for the president's speech addressed to the celebration. The Salute to America programming will begin from the president at 11 o'clock. If you want to stay tuned or come back, whatever you need to do. But if you want to come back, you know what you need to do. You need to subscribe to the channel today so you'll know how to find me. Once you subscribe, go ahead, hit that bell that's all in dark. That means you should be able to get notifications whenever this channel goes live, okay? When we go live, we do talk about many things, current affairs. We talk about hot topics, trending topics, and everything from preparing for what's to come as far as water droughts, water levels going down. And you may hear fireworks going off because they cannot wait in my area as well. So, hey, it's the 4th, they're celebrating, and we're waiting to hear the president and what he has to say in the salute, the address to America. Like I said, and like they've said, it will begin at 11 o'clock. And if you hear the fireworks, you know what time it is, okay? You know what time it is. Go ahead, subscribe to the channel today. Double tap your screen, double tap your screen. And you can also participate in the chat. All right. What we're going to do is I'm going to see if we can go and look to see if anybody else has said anything, if they're watching, if they heard anything regarding the salute and why it took so long. And why did they play that old video that made it very suspicious indeed? But I caught that. I knew that was an old video of the president. But they didn't even say anything, you know? It's very suspicious. What I'm doing, we're going to go down. We're going to peruse the internet streets, and then we're going to go back to the live broadcast. Like I said, they're going to reopen the gate at 9 o'clock and then let the people back in. That's Trump's words, okay? And then Trump will address everyone at 11 o'clock. I don't know. I don't know why it would be so late. I don't know why it would be so late. But anyway, it is what it is. We're going to just go and get some footage of what people were saying, recap today's events. Okay. Let's see.
Thousands of people out here on the National Mall today. The lines to get into President Trump's speech, like a mile long. Sir, where are you from?
Hi, I'm from Jupiter, Florida.
Jupiter, Florida. Why'd you come out here?
I had to. America 250. This is an amazing event. This is historic. I couldn't miss it.
U.S. Air Force fighter jet's supposed to fly over in the next minute or two. What do you think about all the military showing off today?
I think it's great. You know, the flyovers are an example and honor to the veterans and to the people who served in our military. And it's a great showing of our might. And I think it's a great thing to really show what America is about.
Awesome. Thanks for your time. Happy 4th of July.
Thank you so much.
See if we can chat with some other folks. Hey guys, we are live on Fox News right now. You have a second just to tell us where you're from?
Alaska.
You came a long way. Why'd you decide to make it out here?
Well, we've got a home in Vermont and Alaska, so we're just coming from Vermont now.
Okay. So, and what do you think about the heat? It's pretty brutal out here, but you guys feel it's important to come on out here and celebrate the country.
Well, if I can deal with 50 below, I can deal with 105.
That's a very good point. What do you think about the flyovers? Any minute now, we're supposed to get some Air Force jets coming over.
I love it. I love everything about this, but I want to say thank you very much, President Donald Trump.
Awesome. Thanks for your time, sir. Happy 4th of July. We'll see if we can get one more group for you guys real quick. Excuse me, guys. We're live on Fox News right now. Can you guys just tell us where you guys came in from? What state?
Pittsburgh, PA.
Pittsburgh. All right. What do you think about the show out here with the jets flying around?
Oh, it's amazing. I love it.
Any second now, we're supposed to have some Air Force fighter jets, so keep an eye out. If you see them, let me know. Why do you feel it's important to come on out here and show your patriotism at a time when the country's pretty divided?
I mean, we are going to stick together. It's a big celebration, whether you like Trump or not.
Thousands of people out here on the National Mall today. The lines to get into President Trump's speech, like a mile long. Sir, where are you from?
Hi, I'm from Jupiter, Florida.
Jupiter, Florida. Why'd you come out here?
I had to. America 250. This is an amazing event. This is historic. I couldn't miss it.
U.S. Air Force fighter jet's supposed to fly over in the next minute or two. What do you think about all the military showing off today?
I think it's great. You know, the flyovers are an example and honor to the veterans and to the people who served in our military. And it's a great showing of our might. And I think it's a great thing to really show what America is about.
Awesome. Thanks for your time. Happy 4th of July.
Thank you so much.
See if we can chat with some other folks. Hey guys, we are live on Fox News right now. You have a second just to tell us where you're from?
Alaska.
You came a long way. Why'd you decide to make it out here?
Well, we've got a home in Vermont and Alaska, so we're just coming from Vermont now.
Okay. And what do you think about the heat? It's pretty brutal out here, but you guys feel it's important to come on out here and celebrate the country.
Well, if I can deal with 50 below, I can deal with 105.
That's a very good point. What do you think about the flyovers? Any minute now, we're supposed to get some Air Force jets coming over.
I love it. I love everything about this, but I want to say thank you very much, President Donald Trump.
Awesome. Thanks for your time, sir. Happy 4th of July. We'll see if we can get one more group for you guys real quick. Excuse me, guys. We're live on Fox News right now. Can you guys just tell us where you guys came in from? What state?
Pittsburgh, PA.
Pittsburgh. All right. What do you think about the show out here with the jets flying around?
Oh, it's amazing. I love it.
Any second now, we're supposed to have some Air Force fighter jets, so keep an eye out. If you see them, let me know. Why do you feel it's important to come on out here and show your patriotism at a time when the country's pretty divided?
I mean, we are going to stick together. It's a big celebration, whether you like Trump or not.
Thousands of people out here on the National Mall today. The lines to get in the President Trump's speech, like a mile long.
All right. So we're going to go and check out
Sir,
some
where
more
are you from?
people.
Hi, I'm from Jupiter, Florida.
Jupiter,
All
Florida.
right. We heard Jupiter about 2 times already. Let's go over here and see what's going on.
Go out. We got to see some of the exhibits. I'm sure you got what I got, which was a lot of people going, hey, love to watch it on Fox. I hope a lot of them left the mall, went home and turned on their TV. They're watching this right now. We're celebrating already at the Great American State Fair. Man, we've got thousands of people celebrating this birthday with us, Tommy. You and I had a chance to go out. We got to see some of the exhibits. I'm sure you got what I got, which was a lot of people going, hey, love to watch it on Fox. I hope a lot of them left the mall, went home and turned on their TV. They're watching this right now. We're celebrating already at the
I ain't saying nothing.
Great American State Fair.
Yeah, that's it. Now we're going down. We're listening in before we go back to the live broadcast to see what people are saying about the state fair and how they feel about today 250. They're celebrating. Let's see what this man has to say.
Many of you know that big Freedom 250 concert that I'd so been looking forward to. Someone in the audience just died. The concert I've so been looking forward to has run into some problems.
6 musical artists originally announced as performers now dropping out, many citing political concerns.
The Commodores, Martina McBride, Morris Day and The Time, rapper Young MC, and Poison frontman Bret Michaels.
Tough break. Although at this point, wouldn't he just be MC? Or, brother, I feel you. I feel you. Or just like, you're as young as you feel, MC. 60 is the new 40 MC. But damn, they didn't want to be a part of Donald Trump's personal and political concert. Is anyone still performing?
America is turning 250. I'm super honored to do this concert with everybody. We're going to bring back the 90s.
There you go. See, everybody dropped out, but not Vanilla Ice. Vanilla Ice didn't drop out. He saw a problem, and he solved it. Many of you know that big Freedom 250 concert that I've so been looking for.
So I guess people were dropping out the concert. I hadn't heard about that. We just gonna hear one more tapping in what people had to say. What did they have to say? And then we're going back live. Okay. Double tap the screen, double tap the screen.
And I don't know why.
Yeah, I can tell you why the Freedom 250 event was canceled. And I can tell you it wasn't weather. My wife and I went to the opening of the National Geographic.
That's old. We already know. We already, y'all, if you came in late, go back, rewind this broadcast. Yesterday, it was postponed due to the heat. But this is an old broadcast. So we're going to just take it back to the live broadcast and see what they're saying. All right. Tap your screens, get the thumbs up as you enter the building. Okay. They got going on. Okay. They're just scanning the crowd right now. So what they were announcing earlier is that they're going to let the people back in onto the lawn of the state fair at 9 o'clock. Once they let them back in at 11 o'clock, the president will salute the nation with his address regarding the state fair 250 celebration today, the 4th of July. And that's what we've been waiting for. We've been waiting to hear the address. I mean, they played a speech, a President Trump gave a speech early, but that was not him. So I guess they figured they couldn't get away with that. So we're gonna wait it out here to see what the president has to say. What will he say in his address to this celebration? America is waiting for this program to begin. Okay, let's see if there's talking. If they have anything to say. So earlier, just a few minutes ago, you heard a woman talking about they canceled this event, which they didn't. It was due to the weather yesterday that it was postponed, and people had to leave because they were falling out because of the heat. So we're gonna play that for the people who did not hear that. We're gonna go ahead and replay that.
Donald Trump is panicking as the state fair in Washington, D.C. has officially been shut down. Let me repeat, the state fair is closed, and there have been a ton of medical emergencies right now in Washington, D.C., in and around this state fair because of the massive heat wave that everybody has been warning about, but that the Trump regime is ignoring. What we are hearing is that there have been multiple people who have passed out, who were sent to the hospital. The Trump regime did not have sufficient medical stations. There were no misting stations. There was insufficient water. The booths by the so-called Great American State Fair didn't have AC. This became a massive health hazard, and we are hearing there have been a lot of people going to the hospital, a lot of people who have been seriously suffering from health conditions. Bill Mulligan over at Fox posted the following message. The National Mall is closing, and the Great American State Fair is postponed until 5 p.m. for what we believe are heat-related reasons. Everyone is being asked to go to the exits. It is miserably hot and humid today. Genuinely feels like a sauna when you step outside. Yeah, according to meteorologists, Washington, D.C. right now is hotter than 99% of the rest of the world right now. Only a few places like in sub-Saharan Africa and a few locations in China are actually hotter than Washington, D.C. Here's the sign right here. Andrew Leadon posted this. The Great American State Fair is closed due to heat. Everyone must exit until 5 p.m., but I think it's going to be much longer than that. You have Julian Andrian over at Dropsite. Shout out to the guys at Dropsite, the people at Dropsite. They do great work. Here's what he just posted. Great American State Fair postponed because multiple attendees passed out due to heat stroke. I was there filming a Dropsite News vlog, and I personally witnessed 3 people pass out. The number is likely higher than 7 total. Take a look at this interview that Julian did with a staff member who was there at the so-called Great American State Fair. Folks, there is an emergency going down right now. State regime media is covering it up. Corporate news is covering it up. Julian's got the scoop here. Play this clip.
Yes, sir. You got just a second to tell us what's going on right now. Right now, it's a heat wave going on. It's a heat wave going on right now. And people were just outside having fun, but people also outside and passing out. Okay. How many people did you see pass out yourself? 7 people passed out in the last 1 hour. 67 people passed out in the last 1 hour. I promise you, that's how they go. Is the event well prepared after this? I mean, at my station, I can't talk to the whole thing. You see, I got water. Well, I had waters, but I still got cold water inside. So I don't know. Is anybody going to the emergency room? A lot of people is. A lot of people is. But they got little medical tents over there, which you can see. They got medical tents. It's 5 to 6 beds in the medical center. And they got free air and free water. Did your bosses prepare you for something like this? Did they say that today was going to be a mass? I mean, not really. They just said just be out here. Just be out here. Just be out here. Just show up and something. Right? Right. My job is to make sure that y'all up, y'all thirsty, and I mean y'all dehydrated, y'all hydration, and y'all good. That's it. Thank you. Thanks.
Now, this is how it was being reported on state regime media, which calls itself Fox. They said, we saw a few thousand people out here. Today was actually one of the most heavily attended events, and it was going to be great. But now we've got to push everybody out. Yesterday, you all told people to show up, and that the way to show your patriotism, to show that you're a true patriot to Donald Trump, was to suffer in 104-degree weather. Y'all are culpable for this. Here, play this clip.
Great American State Fair. They are closing it for the time being. We're just getting word of this. Due to the heat, Mark Meredith is there. What's going on, Mark?
Hey, Sandra, I can confirm the heat is absolutely a major factor here. We are just shy of 100 degrees right now with the heat index. It feels well over. Just moments ago, they pushed everybody to the exits off the side of the National Mall. You can see one of the exits here. And I know we've been talking about crowd size all week. This has been the busiest day of the fair. We saw a few thousand people out here, especially as the flybys were going on. But now, as you can see, they're pushing everybody out. God bless you. You guys get over okay? Yeah. Let me help you. Just, be careful, get to the exit. And they've also put up signs right here, Sandra, that show what's going on. They say the event postponed. We will reopen at 5 p.m. Now, it's always possible that they could extend those closures right here. The heat is going to continue well through sunset, but you can also hear on the loudspeaker right here, they pushed everybody to the exit. We've seen a number of VIPs, cabinet secretaries. Donald Trump Jr. was out here earlier today. A lot of people coming to check it out. As we expected, Sandra, this is going to be the heat of the event itself. But obviously, these temperatures, which we've been talking about all week, are dangerous. And they wanted to make sure people could seek shelter because, as you know, on the mall, you were just here, Sandra, there is nowhere to hide from the sun unless you're in those state pavilions. And those are very cramped quarters indeed. Sandra?
And just so you see that we bring receipts, this is what state regime was saying yesterday. State regime media, they were saying it feels like 110 degrees outside, but the true patriots are showing up. No, they weren't. It was empty. There's nobody there, and you were encouraging people, and now there have been massive medical emergencies taking place. Let's play it.
Here, of course, on the National Mall. And here's the thing. We're celebrating, of course, all 50 nifty United States, which is great, but the temperatures are also here to party. The current temperature outside right now, by the way, 101 degrees. You factor in the humidity, and it feels like 110 degrees outside right now. We have excessive heat warnings that are in effect, not just today, but through tomorrow, meaning that at times, get this right, it could feel like 115 degrees. But let me tell you something, that does not stop our true patriots. You can see them up here celebrating on the National Mall, all right? Now, here's the thing. The heat, though, certainly keeping the crowds at bay at the Great American State Fair. Plenty of folks still braving the heat to be a part of America's 250th birthday. And hey, if you're thinking about taking a train in, budget some extra.
And here you have Donald Trump out there at a speech that he gave in North Dakota, bragging about 107-degree weather. That ain't a flex. Bragging about 107-degree weather in Washington, D.C. and saying, it's going to be 107 degrees out there, so I'm going to do a really long speech just to show that I can do anything. That's sick. That's disgusting. You're going to kill people is what you're going to do. Here, play this clip.
And this week, we look back on 250 years of glorious freedom, and we took so much time and so much effort. And by the way, on July 4th, it's going to be approximately 107 degrees out. And I'm going to go and I'm going to make a really long speech just to show that I can do anything. It's going to be 107.
And so the so-called Freedom 250, which is the scheming entity that took over America 250 that's responsible for this disaster and grift, they posted the following: the safety and well-being of every guest remains our top priority as we celebrate this historic 250 Independence Day. In light of the current heat conditions, Freedom 250, the United States Park Police, the National Park Service, the Secret Service, and Federal Emergency Management Agency have coordinated closely to adjust event timing and expand cooling resources, water stations, and medical support across the grounds. Pause. Okay, if you have cooling stations, water stations, misting stations, why weren't they out today? Why weren't you helping people today who are now being hospitalized because of you? We are proud to welcome the public to a safe, well-prepared, and truly memorable celebration of America's 250th birthday. This is the least safe thing. I mean, you take a look at the event timing that it's talking about as well. It says the gates open at 5. The main programming begins at 7 p.m. The fireworks start at 10:30, allegedly. They're going to have people out there for 7-8 hours in the heat like that, and it's very hot and muggy and humid at night as well over there. Also, you look at food, drink, and water. Food and beverages available for purchase throughout the site. Free water refill, distribution, and misting stations to help you stay cool. Well, where are they today? And is that a free refill once you buy the drink? In any event, I'll show you what else they're saying on state regime media right now so you can see for yourself. They're out there today, yelling at Mom Donnie and saying, "Oh, Mom Donnie, I am at 70 degrees, so come get it, Mom Donnie. Come get it, Mom Donnie." These are serious stuff, folks. As our editor-in-chief, Ron Filipkowski, writes, entertainment politics for brain-dead morons who need to create a fictitious version of real people and things to cope with realities that don't fit their narrow, shallow worldview. Let's play this clip.
To your point, the celebrities, as Harris pointed out, that's what elected him. I say don't tread on me when it comes to the air conditioning. I'm at 70 degrees, so like come and get it, Mom Donnie. I'm not changing it. But that's how socialism works. It's socialism for thee, not for me. He gets to have his air conditioning at whatever temperature he wants, but everyone else has to suffer. That's how it works.
And then I'll show you over here. This is where they were saying this morning, Trump's fair is open. But just so you can see over here, there doesn't appear to be a single human there earlier. Play this clip.
But they were all really good. Some stuck out a little more than others, but really great history. Like you forget about like the moments in American history, especially in the East Coast, about what came together during this time.
But it was also interesting to have Gunnar Landry talk about the Louisiana Purchase and how President Trump sent back the full documents, and they have it now on display there. But
This was what it looked like earlier today as well. Let's play this clip.
Yeah.
great to have you and welcome.
Yeah. How do you become
Nobody's
who
there.
you have become?
A lot of hard work and perseverance.
Here was a photo yesterday that Jessica Tarlov took. Here's a photo that Anthony Androgna took about the Great American State Fair. You'll recall yesterday a part of the stage nearly killed some of the young girls who were dancing and rehearsing for tomorrow's event. That's going to be taking place during 107-degree heat. Play this clip right here.
Stuff falling from the ceiling.
This was one of the main stages, so you can see for yourself at the greatest fair in the history of fairs. Play this clip.
So in one of those essays, although it is not the primary focus of the essay, I said what my opinion of democracy was. I have to recall it for a moment. It's several years past. Democracies are often as short in their lives as they are violent in their deaths.
And just so you can see what some of the MAGA people who were there were saying, this is how the Daily Wire covered this MAGA guy and his poor kid. Here, play this clip.
What you want to miss it, young lady? I mean, the energy is just so wonderful. Look around you. I mean, I wish I could camp here till dawn got here. You know what I mean? I really do. I really do. There's nothing for free, young lady. You know, we all got to pay a price, and we're talking about a little heat. I mean, come on, a little heat. I mean, come on, a little heat. I drove 1,500 miles. Little heat and stuff. Hey, look, 1,500 miles, 2 busted rims, not finding our place, not having a place to put our little old Voodoo.
And no air conditioning.
And no air conditioning went out on us, and it didn't stop us. Because we're proud to be American, but we also Texan.
But Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins said everything is great, everything is amazing. Don't you worry, this is exactly as we planned. Let's play it.
Here at the Great American State Fair, and I caught up with organizers and I asked them about how they're pushing back on the narrative about the turnout at this event. Here's the Agriculture Secretary, Brooke Rollins.
So from my perspective, it is hitting exactly every mark that we had hoped it would hit at this point. I do think this weekend we're going to see massive, massive crowds. But, you know, my goal is that people can come and walk and experience it. And 150,000 people coming to celebrate the Great American State Fair over the last 5 or 6 days. I call that a huge success.
There you have it, folks. Let me know what you think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. Thank you for watching, everybody.
All right.
Want to stay plugged in?
All right. Oh, my goodness. So that was yesterday. Okay, guys, they were saying nobody was out there. The people that went out to the state fair was falling out, okay, because the heat was taking them out. It's hot. Now, I done told y'all, if you subscribe to the channel today, you would have already known that there is an El Nino, a super El Nino that's affecting the world, okay? Not just America. So I'm just gonna take this small time since we're waiting, until 11 o'clock till your president comes and gives his speech, because I want to hear what he got to say. Hold on. I went back to the live broadcast. I want to see. They was talking, but since they not talking, I'm gonna talk. I have been telling you guys, and that the weather is changing. They have lost 1,000 lives in France, petty France. Okay, 1,000 people have been unalived from the sun, the heat. You in America, you are experiencing something that has not happened since, oh my goodness. Oh, how long? Maybe a millennia ago. It's double domes of heat that is across America that most of your weather people are not even telling you. Subscribe to this channel today. Subscribe so you can be in the loop, okay? And you won't have taken your tail out to no hot mall where there's no cover, no shade, not a tree in sight to fall out. Okay, this is not the normal heat. This is beyond Texas heat. If you ain't lived in Texas, Africa, or any other place by the equator where it gets hot, you need to subscribe to this channel today. Okay? So what we're doing is we're listening in. They had the people that went out to celebrate the 250th State Fair down there on the mall in Washington were evacuated. They said the weather was bad, that it was supposed to have rain. The rain didn't come. It just kind of sprinkled, but they still evacuated the people out to a barrier outside of the mall. They had an announcement probably about 20 minutes ago now from Donald Trump on his social media platform, where he stated that they will reopen the gates for the people that still are waiting, because some people flew in from all over to this state fair. And so they're waiting out there, and it was announced that they will be reopening the state fair gates so that they can come in, and that President Donald Trump, will be addressing everyone. I don't know if he will come out to the state fair, or if the salute that he wants to give to America for the 4th of July 250th celebration, will it be from the Oval Office or somewhere inside and broadcast live? We shall see. We're going to stay tapped in until 11 o'clock, baby. So, hey, get your juice, your chips, your drink, whatever you want to do to relax and keep it locked. Go ahead. What you need to do, if you need to run to the store and do all that, go ahead, subscribe to the channel today so you know how to get back here. Okay, because we have been listening in, and we are the first ones to hear the fake address that they tried to hoodwink us with. Didn't they try? They tried, but I called it. I knew that was an old speech from Donald Trump. Yeah, they tried to hoodwink us with that one. But we called it, didn't we? We are the first. So you need to be right here, subscribe to this channel, and we're going to keep it live. We're going to see all the events that play out. And I just had some questions, because I want to know, why did they call it the state fair? Do anyone know about history? Does anyone know about the state fairs that they used to have? Put a 9 in the chat, or just say yes. I know. Put a 9 would probably be easier. If you know about the state fairs that they used to have, the state fairs that are in books that look black and white, the state fairs that went around not only the state but the world, right? And after those great state fairs, what did they do? They burnt them down, right? No traces, only some great buildings were left. Does anybody know about the state fairs? I wonder, riddle me this. Why did they name this state fair the State Fair? To celebrate the 250th anniversary on the 4th of July. Oh, you're going to have me digging deep because there's more in the message, in the titles, in the labels that you put onto things, ladies and gentlemen. If you know about the State Fair, let me know. Put it on in the chat. Go ahead, double tap the screen, And right now, I'm turn it up, but they're just panning the crowd. Let's see if they're saying anything. Nope, they're just looking at the crowd. The crowd is waiting to re-enter, and it looks like it should be about that time. Should be about that time for them to be re-entering the State Fair, because they look like they're getting anxious. They look like they're getting. Oh, they moving. They're moving. They are moving. Yes, indeed. So they are now letting the people back into the State Fair. Let me see if people are going to be reporting on that here. They're moving nice and orderly into the State Fair. Yep, they're moving back in, so we'll probably get some more live coverage once people start. They don't. Some people starting to run. It ain't. What are you running to? What are you running to, people? It's an empty, wet, grassy lawn. It's an empty, wet, grassy lawn. There's not a concert going on right now. They act like they running to the concert. They act like they running because President Trump is out there. He not coming out there. I put money on it. Let's bet America. Oh, they knocking down the barriers. Now they acting foolish now. Ain't no need to act foolish. Knocking down the barriers and things. All y'all gonna get back in there. And we're gonna be here to witness what goes down. I guarantee you, President Donald Trump ain't taking his tail out there to that lawn. He gonna address them from inside the Oval Office. They gonna see him on the screen, okay? They gonna see Donald Trump somewhere sitting back, maxing and what? Relaxing. While they behinds went out there in that heat in the world. You know, it's something hot and muggy out there when it's heat and rain. It's muggy, y'all. It's muggy. Lord have mercy. Hello, welcome in. How you doing? Go ahead, double tap that screen, get the likes up, participate in the chat. Okay. Now, Lord, they don't need to be knocking down the barriers like they at the Bruce Willis concert or something. Oh Lord, they happy, y'all. The drunkenness is coming out of them. They singing the national anthem. Can y'all hear them? No bombs burst. They drunk now, y'all. Hello. They drunk. Listen to them. They drunk. Sing it now. They drunk, y'all, but we gonna give them a hand clap because they tried it. They tried it, y'all. The liquor and the beer is kicking in. Okay? You best believe somebody done smuggled some alcohol in their bag. It's kicking in. You turn it down because they loud. They loud in my ear. With the American flag, shirts, jumpers, shorts, all of them walking back in. I sure hope the president come on one of them stages because it might get rowdy, rough and rowdy out there, like it did in New York after the game. They start tearing down their own doggone city after they won, didn't they? I hope President Donald Trump, I hope you take your tail out there to that hot, wet lawn. I hope he take his tail out there to that lawn to get, to let them people see him. They done flew in from all over the place. They done drove, they hooped it down there. You heard the man. He said he lost 2 hubcaps. The air condition went out in his car. And they couldn't find where they were supposed to stay at. And he said I think he said he was from Texas, right? I think that's where he said he was from some country, some little country town somewhere, because he had a deep accent. President Donald Trump, I hope you don't want no 4th of July ride on your hands. You done had these people sweating and wet. Y'all, this is an interesting broadcast indeed. Go ahead, double tap the screen. Double tap the screen. These people are moving back in. The gates are open and the floodgates are moving, baby. They walking back into the line, and we're going to wait here until 11 p.m. when the president will be out. I don't know. We hope, because I don't want these folks to cut up, because the liquor is flowing in their system. You heard how they just started singing because they got to walk into the doggone lawn again. The mall, the National Mall, the green grass, and it grows all around, We're going to go back and hear some old updates from earlier today. Y'all don't mind. Y'all, we got to hang in here because we want to hear what the president got to say. Do you want to hear what the president has to say? If you want to hear what the president has to say, go ahead, subscribe to the channel today. We are going to hang in here because he said he coming out, or he going to broadcast. Whichever way it go down, he going to say something to America in this 250-year celebration that he calling the state fair. The state fair, we still gonna investigate that too. And I don't see nobody putting a 9 in the chat. I know I got some wise people, some scholars in the building. I know I got some people that know something about something. The state fair is very interesting. And before we go listen to some recaps. In the video we heard earlier today, when they tried to present that to us as if that was the president talking today, partner, we knew it was an old broadcast. But did y'all catch it? Because if you subscribe to my channel today, you will know I've been talking about this, the golden age, but people see they don't know about the true golden age, but I do, right? But in the president's broadcast that he spoke on earlier, that broadcast that they tried to run us and try to play us like we Willie Lump, like we don't know what the hell's going on. The president said, this is the golden age. Do y'all know this is the age of Aquarius? Do I got me some Gen X's in the building? Is there some baby boomers still around? I want to know, is there some hippies out there? They used to sing that song, this is the dawning of the age of Aquarius, the age of Aquarius, Aquarius. Huh? Why was they saying that? What was the meaning of that song? Like I told you, everything has a meaning, right? That's why I'm checking on the state fair situation. Do anybody, because I know my millennials and the younger bunch, they not gonna know, but I know it's some Gen X's, some baby boomers and beyond probably still kicking. They heard that song, this is the dawning. See, when they sung it, it truly was the dawning of the age of Aquarius. You know what the dawning is? From dusk till dawn. Dawn, the end of something, right? The dawn of it. Or the beginning of it, my bad. The dust of it is the end, kicking up the dust to dawn. Whatever, you figure it out. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Age of Aquarius. Aquarius. Okay, I'm not gonna sing no more to you. Look here. Do y'all know what y'all are in now? You are in Aquarius. Now, I'm not trying to say go read this, because some people are superstitious, some people are too religious, some people, but some people are lost, right? Do you know that you are now in the age of Aquarius? This is the Aquarius. This is the age of knowledge. This is Aquarius. So you need to understand what age you are in. And Donald Trump understands. He said you are in the golden age, which made it very, 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 no. Did you, no. I didn't drink the Kool-Aid. I'm trying to awaken you all. So are you talking to me? I'm trying to see this channel. This ain't your typical channel for Republican and Democrat. I don't believe in none of that. But I'll let you speak your mind over here. But you have to have some brain cells over here. You have to know a little something, okay? All right, we dig deep. We dive deep over here. So subscribe to the channel today. Right? In the 70s, they were singing this is the dawn of the age of Aquarius. They knew something like they know something now. Like everybody, somebody knows something. And in the 70s, that was a song. I would play it, but I want this broadcast to be monetized. I need my coins. Right? So I had to sing it to you. And if you're slow, come on, pull your seat to the front of the classroom today. Right? In the 70s, they sung about this is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. And now I'm letting you know you are in the age of Aquarius, in the age of knowledge. Okay? So we just burning up time. We waiting for the president's speech because I got to hear the nuggets he gonna drop in this speech. It's not that I support or not support the president. I know the messages drop in their speeches to the world and to the people who are listening. I know you just listening because you got your red and white and blue on today and you're popping firecrackers and popping beers and you're bot. But I want to know why he mentioned the golden age in his other speech. He knows that this is Aquarius, right? Do you know about the golden age? Well, in the golden age, they had state fairs too. Those grand state fairs that they had burnt down. Let's do some research really quick. Let's do some research because I know I got to catch you guys up. Might as well. We got to burn time until 11 o'clock when the president comes on to give us this speech. The state fairs, yes. Let's see, not today's state fairs. Let me see. How do I want to word this? Because I know I got people that I gotta move slow with some of y'all. And it's okay. It's okay. Right? Let's see. See what it pulls up here. Maybe I should pull up Aquarius since I talked to you guys about that before we move to the state fairs, okay? Go ahead, lock it in. What does it mean about the dawning of Aquarius? Let's see. I don't want the song to come on. I might play a little bit. I'm tempted to play just a little bit just so y'all can hear it. Let me see. Let me see how much I can get in here. Let's see. Okay, I got that's enough. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. Okay. I want them to talk to you all about it. Oh Lord, be quiet. Let's see, let me turn it down. I don't want the music. Okay. Let's get this man to talk about it. Hold on. Turn it up.
Reasons why I believe we live in a simulation or holographic reality is because literally it is written in the stars. For thousands
Listen to
of years,
this.
people have been able to map the stars, map common occurrences that happen during certain alignments for changes in energy. And a big one is coming. When I'm talking astrology, I'm not talking about like what type of boy should you date, what type of girl should you date.
Right.
I'm talking freaking written in the stars, details about you and your soul and your purpose.
Wait a minute, let me see if he's talking.
Astrology.
Wait a
I
minute,
have
hold on.
experienced that.
Pause for the call. Oh my gosh, everybody wants to put music to the dog stuff. I'm trying to get y'all to some easy, quick answers. Let's see what he says. Hold on, as I'm doing this, go ahead, double tap the screen.
Incredible era we're living in. The age of Aquarius. There's a whole new wave of energy.
No, we don't want to go that way. We don't want to go that right. Double tap your screen. Subscribe to the channel today. We waiting for the president. He's not coming on till 11 o'clock. 11 p.m. Lock it in. Double tap your screen. Let's see. I'm just kind of cruising. Let's see what they talking about. Oh Lord, everybody got to put music onto a word, and everybody don't want to hear your music. I'm trying to tell you everything. Let's see. Oh, have mercy. Let's see what this is talking about.
We just left the age of Pisces, which was, or an eon. An age and an eon are equal to 2,166 years.
Let's see.
Now,
I wish he didn't have music, but hey.
Which is represented by what we know as Jesus. This is why Jesus is represented by the sign of the fish. It's over. Not to come around again until we go through all of the other 11 signs of the zodiac. Now we're in the age of Aquarius. Justice, and any Mason will tell you, if he can unravel the allegory, is Jesus. Jesus was born because what's the opposite of Pisces? Jesus was born of a virgin mother. Virgo is a virgin, right? Who in here is Virgo? Anybody? So Jesus was born of the virgin mother, Virgo. Got it? All of this stuff in the Bible, can understand that the Bible is not a religious book. The Quran is not a religious book.
It is not.
They are science books.
They're history.
Heliotech is the Bible. It's the full Latin name of the Bible. It is the science. It's an elementary science where the words are concerned.
Get to it.
It's the science.
I can't with her music, but she's telling you something. I hope you can
Helio meaning
pick it up.
Meaning sun. Biblios meaning record of. Y'all understand? The Quran, chronology, maxima, the great chronology. The Quran is the great chronology of the science and the study of the asteroid, of the astral plane. You understand? Okay, so justice died on the cross. Here's what happened. Those that we call Europeans or Albions, Olympians or Albions ruled during the age of Pisces. So when we say the time is up, we're not just saying this by conjecture. We're saying this because the time, 2,166 years that they had, is over. I'm not saying this because I have any bias against them or any of that. This is the science of it, and they know it. The problem is our people are not ready for it. How can justice return under the age of Aquarius if we're not there? We just left.
That was a big hint. Knowledge. You are in the age of Aquarius. Even if you're not biblical or religious or whatever, because the Bible and all that, that's history, like she was saying. Okay, tells you in this age knowledge will increase, right? Well, also during the state fair, which I'm connecting the dots as I'm going and listening to, waiting for the president to come on to give his speech. Connecting the dots, because why would he say in the speech we heard earlier, if you've been hanging with me this long, we heard earlier he said we're in the golden age. Well, see, in the last golden age, they had a shift occur, right? Have y'all heard about the mud floods? And there's always been a shift. I know, even you ones who go to church day and night, you know about the great shift of the great flood, right? Noah who built the ark. Noah who built the ark, right? That was a shift. You know how they wiped out most of the people on the planet. They didn't wipe out everybody, right? They got that information from the emerald tablets, right? That was a shift. There's always been great shifts in this plane. One of the great shifts was the mud floods. Okay, when they start digging and got all this stuff cleared away, and buildings don't match. Half the buildings look one way. All these giant buildings with giant doors, right? There was another civilization that got wiped out, right? And that was a golden era. Who was the name of the people that lived there? Hold on for a minute. I can't think of their names right now. Well, that was the purpose of the so-called state fairs. The so-called state fairs were to re-educate the new people, those Cabbage Patch people, and the people that were being born, re-educate them to brainwash them to think that these are mighty sights that came around, and they were called the state fairs. And look at these marvelous castles and buildings, and some of them they burnt down after the state fairs, but some of them they didn't. All these grand buildings and things that could not have been developed, built, the architecture was not there in the time that these people came through these cities. That's because there was a lie. People had been there. There was a new shift that had occurred. The mud floods had occurred. And the people that reoccupied these marvelous places with these domes of great architecture, that architecture had been there. And to re-educate, to re-indoctrinate, to brainwash the people coming into these great cities. Oh, these are part of the great fairs. These are buildings that were left behind, part of the great fair. And some were burned down. Some of them were burned down because they could not be explained. Some of you forget your history, just like you forget that they had great big bells in towns. They took all of these great bells out of towns and cities and destroyed them. The Liberty Bells, things of that nature, existed way before the people that came and reoccupied these areas made up scenarios for why so many magnificent buildings existed, because they could not possibly have created. That's why they still to this day cannot tell you how pyramids are built. I know, I need you to put it together for yourself. So these people, they say things in their wording, and so you might ask yourself why I'm tapped in to the celebration of the 250 years of America's great American State Fair. Great American State Fair. That happened many, 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 many years ago when shifts occurred. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? There is a shift occurring, a change. They're showing you a great fair, but this time nobody's at that fair. The sun kept people away. The heat kept people away, or the heat took people out. The state fair that they wanted to be so grand is not grand, but they know that a shift is here. The state fair that the president wants to portray as great is not great. The golden age that he knows that there's another golden age upon us, it's not their golden age. I know this is not what you want to hear, but like I told you all before, especially my subscribers, I am very good at putting patterns and puzzles together and diving deep into what people say in their words. And what they say, I analyze. Okay? The Tartarians. That is the last people who were here. Let's learn about the Tartarians real quick. Who are the Tartarians? Tartarians. I don't know if I'm saying it right. I don't know. Let me see. Lock it in, lock it in. Titaria.
Why the fuck are there furries all over Latin America? Well, technically they're not furries. They're Therians, and they're telling all over.
I didn't say nothing about no doggone furries. I know I'm gonna spell it wrong. Hold on. Titarians. The Titarian, the mud flood era. Okay, let's see if that'll bring us up to Titaria. Because I know probably you all never even heard about the mud floods. Let's get there first and see if it'll walk us slow. Let's go.
A worldwide earthquake. An earthquake that was so powerful, the mud flood is actually a worldwide earthquake. An earthquake that was so powerful that it liquefied the soil and civilization sunk. Destruction all around the whole realm. Think about like the Roman ruins. The Roman ruins had to be dug up. They had to be excavated. Easter Island and like the Moai statues, there was a time where people thought they were just heads. And then it was very recently, people said, guess what? They have bodies. And in some cases, the bodies go 20 feet underground. So you go look around the Middle East, there's some gate in Iraq, ancient Babylon. The gate is like 25 feet tall, and it's literally buried under the ground in the 1850s. They had to dig it up. That is insane. I mean, that is insane. Like, go Göbekli Tepe. I think they said they only excavated about 5% of this place. Again, 20-foot tall megaliths under the ground. So what the modern archaeology says, their best theory is somebody buried their own temple. What? Buried everything? Evenly. Like, it's literally completely under the ground. It's not like a pyramid where people could actually cover up stuff and then there would still be a mound. It's like even across the world. Who does that? No one. Never. Why? Then you go to modern cities, and I think this is when it gets the craziest, is there's stuff buried around modern cities. Evidence that basements are like halfway under the streets. They're basements, but they're really not basements because there's windows that are kind of at ground level and sometimes slightly below ground level. And then sometimes they brick them up. Sometimes the street goes up with the building. Like the windows literally disappear as the street goes up. That's weird. There's underground parts of every major city around the United States. Underground Atlanta, underground Portland, underground Sacramento, underground Seattle. All these West Coast cities with undergrounds, highly suspect. They seriously have built their cities upon older cities. What we're told is the people before us were more primitive than us. Obviously, you don't have the advanced excavating equipment and all that stuff. And yet it was very common back in the day to build things underground. Wouldn't it be harder to do that without all the heavy equipment we have now? But we don't do that now for some reason. When if you think you're more advanced than the previous civilization, well, it'd be likely that you could do the same things, except you could do it faster and cheaper because you have better equipment, right? You got better tools. But they don't do that. So I think that's what leads us to believe that we are on the other side. We are on the wrong side of the peak of civilization. The mud flood is actually a worldwide earthquake.
So, like I told you, ladies and gentlemen, we are tuned in, tapped in. We're waiting for the president to speak. We will go back to the live broadcast here in a minute, but I'm doing a short little history lesson for you. We're diving deep, okay? Into what the president has said when they played an earlier speech earlier today. We were listening in, and he said some interesting things that caught my attention, and I'm waiting along with you to listen to what he has to say in this speech that he's going to address the 250-year celebration of America for the 4th of July in his great state fair. And what I have been doing is talking about why did he name it the Great State Fair. Over there in Washington, nobody showed up hardly. The people that did showed up were having heat strokes basically, but heat issues because of the sun. Okay, they had to evacuate the area where the state fair was earlier today because they said torrential rain was coming. Then after they evacuated, only a little drizzle. They had the people stay back. Some people just waited at the gate, the border or the perimeter where the Secret Service kept them at. And then the president went onto his social media, made a statement saying that, yeah, we're going to let the people back onto the National Mall where the Great State Fair is, going to be at 9 o'clock. They have already started to go back onto the National Mall, and he said in that address on his social media that he also will be making an announcement, addressing everyone for this event for the 250-year celebration of Americas on the 4th of July and the Great State Fair. What I'm doing now is talking to you all about Do you know what time it is? Basically, tell me, do you know? Do you listen, or do you listen to people's words and what they say, or do you listen to respond? You know, especially when it comes to our presidents and people in power, they say certain things, they write certain things, and it's not, they're just lollygagging, writing something to make you feel, to make you cheer. They're messaging something, okay? And so that's what we're talking about. It crossed my mind, why would he say state fair, the great state fair, when the great state fairs happened many, many years ago. And a lot of people don't even know about those great state fairs that they had, not just in America, they went around the world with these great state fairs, that they had people come into these magnificent buildings and architecture, and these buildings were so grand. But these were new people to these new lands, right? And they had to make it seem like this was something magnificent. That's why they called it the Great State Fairs, because this architecture could not have been done at the time period that these people were living in. So that takes us down the rabbit hole to the mud floods that a lot of people have never heard about. Okay? What is not loud, mama? I don't know what you're talking about. You can't hear me? Hope you can. So it takes us down to the mud floods. There's always been a reset of society. The only reset that the most of you know about is Noah in the ark, in the great flood. That's the only reset most of you know about. You don't know about the reset with the mud floods, when the earthquake happened and it shook and it made everything like quicksand and mud, and it flooded out many areas all over the world. Okay, so when people were Cabbage Patch people, you should go and research that. I ain't got time to take you all the way down the rabbit hole, okay? But when new peoples came to new lands, the ones in charge, you know them as your governors, your mayors, your presidents, the ones in charge could not just simply shock the people into these new lands with these grand buildings that they did not have the tools nor the knowledge to create at the time. So they said that these were the great state fairs. So people would go to these places of these beautiful buildings and architects and doors that only giants could walk through. Hint, hint. And they called these things the great state fairs. Some were burnt down. Some places were burnt down because you can't explain some things to some newer people, to new land. Some things were taken away, like all of your bells. And most of you know, if you studied history, you know about the Liberty Bell. What happened to the Liberty Bell? The one that had that crack in it, that huge bell that mostly every town, every city had a huge, they had huge, I'm talking about huge bells. All the bells were destroyed, taken away and destroyed. Things that could not have been made at the time that they were used or come across, okay? I took you down through the mud floods, the hiding of all this great architecture by the people saying that this is a great state fair. Come look at the marvels of these state fairs. But who lived in those ruins prior to the great mud floods? And that would be the Tartarians, okay? So we're gonna go there while we wait on the president. Y'all just gonna get a little quick history lesson, because the president said you're living in the golden age. Well, those homes and all of those beautiful grand architects that were destroyed by the mud floods, that was a golden age, and that golden age was ran by the Tartarians. Okay? So let's get to the Tartarians. Go ahead, subscribe to the channel today. Subscribe to the channel today so you can learn something. Be abreast of something. You won't be lost in the doggone sauce around here. This is the golden era. This is the age of Aquarius, but it is a new age for new people to rule. Ooh, do not get scared now. Okay, you're going to learn something. There's always a shift. There's always a shift. Say it with me. There is always a shift. But this time, this shift, well, it is written that this one is going to be permanent. So I hope you are on the right side of history, because there will not be a rewrite this time going around. Okay? Tartaria. Let's listen and learn about
What is the difference between trattoria and ristorante?
Hold it.
Trattoria always.
Did I spell it wrong? Hold on. Let me see. No. Let me throw my glasses on. I might have spelled it wrong. Open here. Not good. Not good. So we're going to learn about Tartaria. Tartaria is those buildings that were lied to you about in the great state fairs that took place, okay? That happened. They were during the golden era, the golden age of their time, okay? The beautiful buildings. I lived in Europe for 10 years. Oh my goodness, the castles and the buildings are magnificent, and some of the doorways are so tall, only giants couldn't walk through them, okay? Let's hear about Tartaria.
Is on every map, old maps, all of them.
Hold on.
I'll just tell you right now, Tartaria is on every map, old maps, all of them. Okay. Prior to it just depends. 19th century. Yeah, it depends on the time, because eventually Tartaria goes away on certain maps, right? And so all the old maps had it though. Even in America, there was an area called Tartaria. And so, like, if all the maps have Tartaria on it, does that mean Tartaria is a location or is it a subject? Okay, and if you look at old maps, it actually says there be giants on some of it. Get rid of that phrase, there be giants, you know? So Tartaria is Tartarus. Tartarus is hell. It's Tartaria, Tartarus, hell. And so what happened was anybody that went into a region where they saw Nephilim creatures, they'd line it off and say, that's Tartarus, don't go there. And so that became Tartary in all of those different areas on the map. And so,
so it means hell is on the earth.
It means hell is inside. Yes, that's what they were saying.
On the surface.
Yep. And it was just anywhere you saw giants, wherever there be giants, they would label that area Tartary or Tartaria. And then eventually, what happened was after they did that, there was a kingdom that actually formed in one of those regions, and that was called the Tartary Empire or the Tartaria. Okay, so it was Tartarus originally. So it was Tartarus, and then it became Tartaria as its own kingdom. So basically what happened was it was drawn off as Tartary, and nobody would go there. And then some people said, hey, we're going to go into that land that nobody wants, and then declare ourselves the kings of Tartaria. Yeah, exactly. And so these normal people went into that, and because nobody wanted to go there because there'd be giants, right? And so they were the crazy brave people that went in there and marked it off and said, we're the kings of this land, and the giants had died off. So like they made their own kingdom within that. So there is a kingdom of Tartaria, but it's because because they went into the Tartary areas and declared themselves king of a no man land, essentially, that nobody wanted it to be in. Does that make sense? So like it's really complicated, but a lot of people will argue me on that point, and it's like I can show you exactly what I'm saying. They're like, no, that's the kingdom, and it's like it moved to America, and then it moved over there. No, it didn't. It was Tartarus. That's what it meant. It meant hell, and it's because there was Nephilim there. If they saw a man goat, they'd be like, okay, turn around. We saw a man goat. Draw the line here. And they would be like, we're not going to go in that area because they saw an animal-human hybrid thing. They saw a Nephilim, and they're like, there be giants, there be monsters. Like that's what it says on the old maps.
If you enjoyed this short clip,
All right. Let's
please
continue.
be sure to watch the whole episode, which can be
Okay, hold on. Let me go back.
Earthquake. An earthquake that was so powerful
Oh, no, we went back too far.
that it liquefied the soil.
I went back too far. So y'all got a gist of Tartaria, okay? Tartaria was wiped out by the mud floods. I'm trying to get something without music on it. Hold on. Let's see if this has music on it. Yep. This doesn't, if I can't find another one without music, you have a little of the gist of where I'm going with this.
certain homies because it's called.
Snoop Dogg. What Snoop Dogg know? You think he know about Tartaria? Everybody loves to put music on. I don't know why people think we want to hear their music. Oh, some of y'all might be familiar with Billy Carson. Let's hear what he has to say about Tartaria. I don't think he has music on his.
History we've all been taught is a massive lie. Before the civilization we have today, there was another civilization that's been hidden from us. The Tartarian Empire was a civilization that was far more advanced than us, but in a different way. They had harnessed the ability to use atmospheric energy. They incorporated it into all of their buildings and were able to create free energy for everyone at all times. They had also harnessed the power of frequencies and were able to build grand architecture by manipulating substances and moving huge rocks through vibration. Hence the Great Pyramids and many other unexplainable architectural anomalies that were created in the past. The free energy was a threat to the massive oil industry and all the profits they were able to generate from the scarcity of oil. So the owners of this industry, who were extremely powerful, created a plan to take out this civilization and wipe them from history so nobody would ever know about free energy. And they destroyed all their architecture and technology. They did their best to cover up any evidence that the Tartarians ever existed. History we've all been taught is a massive lie. Before the civilization we have today, there was another civilization that's been hidden from us. The Tartarian Empire was a civilization that was far more advanced than us, but in a different way. They had harnessed the ability to use atmospheric energy. They incorporated it into all of their buildings and were able to create free energy for everyone at all times. They had also harnessed the power of frequency.
Okay. So he told a little bit of it.
And were able to build grand architecture.
Hold on. Have you all ever seen, they tell you so many, in so many ways. Have you ever seen a picture of a, what do they call it in the ocean? The ice, what do they call it? I don't know why I just left my head. I could see it. What did they say that the Titanic hit? Iceberg. There we go. The Titanic, it hit an iceberg. Have you ever seen pictures that they show of an iceberg? I'm trying to get you to picture this because some of y'all might can see things when people are talking, visualize what I'm saying. Okay, an iceberg, you only see the top of the iceberg, right? That little peak, like the peak of the mountain coming out of the water. But if you had a broader vision and you could see the level above the water, you see that peak of the iceberg, and then if you could see below the water, that iceberg just might look like a mountain, right? Okay, So it takes out ships and stuff like that. They're not just hitting that little top of the iceberg that caused them to that causes it to sink a ship. They literally hit a mountain of ice, right? Because below the level is a mountain of ice. So this is what you have to think about the mud floods and how when it covered up a lot of the buildings and stuff, some stuff was left above the mud, but there was so much left under the mud floods, right? Okay, and that is Tartaria. That is what was hidden. Let me see if this man, what he's talking about, and I'm gonna wrap it up. This was just a little short history lesson that some of you probably never have heard about. Okay, let's see.
This is the Milan Cathedral in Italy, and allegedly it was built in the 1300s and supposedly took 600 years to do, with hammer and chisel, horse and cart, ropes and pulleys, and just brute strength to create this amazing, beautiful, perfectly symmetrical structure with no technology, no power tools. How did they complete this? How did they build this? And they just had masterful level stone masonry skills and just excellent project management and transferring of responsibilities over 600 years. This cathedral is made out of marble, and they mined it 60 miles away and just hauled it with brute strength over to Milan and built it. How they get the marble up there, how they hoist it up, how they hand chisel it to be perfect. And that door, what is this door? Look at that door. Look how big that door is. That door is built for a giant. Why would they build a door that big for regular people? Look at those people. And look at that door. Oh, it's just for design. It's just for, aesthetics.
No.
Impractical. Where the handle's at. Look at this place, man. What is this place? This is not, this got converted into a church, but it wasn't originally built to be a church. Look at this. Y'all see this? I think this is Jesus right here. Okay. And these looks like angels around Jesus' body. Jesus on the cross over there. Maybe another depiction of Jesus. This is very good imagery here. I don't know when this door was made, because they said it took 600 years. So who knows when this door was actually completed for real. They might tell you, oh, it's completed this year, but we don't know for sure. But this is Jesus. Okay. Now, this place wasn't always a church. It was a power plant at some point. I'm just here to remind you, they did all this by hand. All these statues and these dudes and these people in here, all by hand. Perfectly done by hand. No tech. That's what they say. This structure was not originally built to be a church. In the old world, in the old Tartarian civilization, this was a power plant or a power harnessing structure to get the etheric or atmospheric free energy and disperse it throughout the area. This was like a pylon. These are all pylons and stuff.
Okay.
And they were dispersing free.
So I wanted him to get too deep for you, but that church, like I told you, I lived in Europe. I mean, these castles and stuff are gorgeous, and the one he's talking about is made out of pure marble. It's impossible. We need to wake the hell up. If you thought a horse and cart and people with hammer and chisel made these buildings, and the doorways are massive. You understand? And so that's where your great state fairs came into play, ladies and gentlemen. I need you to look that up. So it makes me wonder, why did Donald Trump say that this is the great state fair today? The July the 4th, and it's the 250th year of America, and he named it the Great State Fair, when the Great State Fair was literally to hide something. Are you following me now? Those great state fairs were to hide something. They were to hide the buildings that we know came out of the mud floods, out of Tartaria. They were to hide that from people that are new people, people that are asleep. People are shifting into a new world. They were hiding something. They didn't want these people to know that they didn't build this. They didn't build these things. Do you understand? What are they trying to hide? Now is the question. Why would he name this the Great State Fair? Why would he say this is the golden era? Which it is. And if you followed me, I've said that in my broadcast. This is the new golden era. This is the dawn. This is Aquarius. It's no longer the dawning of Aquarius. This is the age of Aquarius. Knowledge. Right? So we're waiting to hear President Trump come, and I'm really anxious to hear what he has to say, especially listening to his speech earlier today and him referencing the golden era and him naming this celebration the Great State Fairs. I know, and now you know, they only use the Great State Fairs to hide things, right? So we're going to wait. We're going to see what is going to be said. We're going to go back. Let's see what they're talking about in the live broadcast.
To the different buildings.
Let's go to live broadcast.
In the history of the world.
All right. Let's see what's going on down there in Washington. How about that quick history lesson, ladies and gentlemen? And I didn't want him to get too deep because I know a lot of you got them Tesla cars out there, those Tesla vehicles. Well, in Tartaria, he was talking about that building that's now a church over there in Europe was harnessing ethereal energy, the free energy that's around all of us, but we pay like those Tesla automobiles and how they got you plugging up to plugging your cars in and all that jazz. Well, we know Tesla stole that. Well, now I don't want to go too far. I don't want to go too far. I don't want to bust your brain cells. Okay, let's just give it over that little quick, a little quick summary of some history you might not know. Let's check it out. Let's go see what these folks is doing over here on this lawn at this Great State Fair that Donald Trump has coined. What is he trying to hide? Let's check it out. Oh, it's partying. Somebody on the stage. Oh, we don't want to hear all that. We don't want to hear the jazz. They got somebody on the stage. They got some jazz or something playing. So Trump might come out to the stage, y'all. He might come out there to that stage, y'all. I thought he was going to be inside the Oval Office. I didn't think he was going to make it out to the stage, but we still got to wait. It's going on 10 o'clock here. So they said at 11 o'clock, Trump is going to hit the stage and he's going to make a speech. He's going to address the nation for this great state fair 250-year celebration on the 4th of July. All right, celebrate 250 years of America's independence, y'all. But what is he trying to hide? Because why would he even use the great state fairs? And I know he know the history. I know he know the history about the state fairs and how they tried to hide history. So we are waiting. It says, please stand by. The show will begin shortly with a speech from President Donald J. Trump. Freedom, 250 years. Let me count how many stars it's on. I pay attention to everything. How many stars is going around this little thing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. They represent the 13 colonies. They had 13 stars going around there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 stars on the outside of this banner. They got 13 Let me recount this, y'all. Lock it in, lock it in. President Trump is going to come, but hey, you can stick around. You can subscribe to the channel today so you can come back. If you need to run and do something, you can come on back at 11 o'clock and you can hear President Trump address the celebration of the 250 years of America's independence. He coined it the State Fair, the Great State Fair. And so to me, is the great hide and go seek, because he hiding something, because that's what they did at the state fairs, honey. It was to hide the truth of the matter about who owned the ooh wait. Oh my God, epiphany. Who owned the property? They was hiding who owned the property at the great state fairs. Ooh, why would he at the 250th celebration of independence point at the state fair? Who owns the property? Ooh, y'all, you know they've been fighting over America. And Donald Trump been trying to kick folks out left and right. And then he try to, have the 14th Amendment go up to the Supreme Court to try to knock it down. And the 14th Amendment, if you don't know, was about the protection of the slaves and their descendants to be known as American citizens. And a lot of the immigrants and stuff, they have been using it because if you're born here, they trying to say that they're Americans, but it wasn't meant for them, the 14th Amendment. Boy, I got some research to do, y'all, but we're gonna keep it locked in. We're tapped into the celebration of the 250th years of American independence live coverage. Right now they have a little jazz playing. I want all that music playing on the broadcast, but when President Donald Trump hit the stage, you best believe we're gonna go live in effect. So we're just gonna go to some replays, what happened earlier today, what people were talking about while they were sweating it out on that lawn, while they were sweating it out, honey, on the lawn, trying to celebrate the 250 years celebration, honey.
The Bluetooth device is connected successfully.
Thank you. Here we go.
Thousands of people out here on the National Mall today. The lines to get into President Trump's speech, like a mile long. Sir, where are you from?
Hi, I'm from Jupiter, Florida.
Jupiter, Florida. Why'd you come out here?
I had to. America 250. This is an amazing event. This is historic. I couldn't miss it.
U.S. Air Force fighter jet's supposed to fly over in the next minute or two. What do you think about all the military showing off today?
I think it's great. The flyovers are an example and honor to the veterans and to the people who served in our military. And it's a great showing of our might. And I think it's a great thing to really show what America is about.
Awesome. Thank you for your time. Happy 4th of July. See if we can chat with some other folks. Hey guys, we are live on Fox News right now. You have a second just to tell us where you're from? Alaska. You came a long way. Why'd you decide to make it out here?
Well, we've got a home in Vermont and Alaska, so we're just coming from Vermont now.
Okay. And what do you think about the heat? It's pretty brutal out here, but you guys feel it's important to come on out here and celebrate the country.
Well, if I can deal with 50 below, I can deal with 105.
That's a very good point. What do you think about the flyovers? Any minute now, we're supposed to get some Air Force jets coming over.
I love it. I love everything about this, but I want to say thank you very much, President Donald Trump.
Awesome. Thanks for your time, sir. Happy 4th of July. We'll see if we can get one more group for you guys real quick. Excuse me, guys. We're live on Fox News right now. Can you guys just tell us where you guys came in from? What state?
Pittsburgh, PA.
Pittsburgh. All right. What do you think about the show out here with the jets flying around?
Oh, it's amazing. I love it.
Any second now, we're supposed to have some Air Force fighter jets, so keep an eye out. If you see them, let me know. Why do you feel it's important to come on out here and show your patriotism at a time when the country's pretty divided?
I mean, we are going to stick together. It's a big celebration, whether you like Trump or not.
Thousands of people out here on the National Mall today. The lines to get into President Trump's speech, like a mile long. Sir, where are you from?
Hi, I'm from Jupiter, Florida.
Jupiter, Florida. Why'd you come out here?
I had to. America 250. This is an amazing event. This is historic. I couldn't miss it.
U.S. Air Force fighter jet's supposed to fly over in the next minute or two. What do you think about all the military showing off today?
I think it's great. I think it's great. The flyovers are an example and honor to the veterans and to the people who served in our military. And it's a great showing of our might. And I think it's a great thing to really show what America is about.
Awesome. Thanks for your time. Happy 4th of July. See if we can chat with some other folks. Hey guys, we are live on Fox News right now. You have a second just to tell us where you're from?
Alaska.
Alaska. You came a long way. Why'd you decide to make it out here?
Well, we've got a home in Vermont and Alaska, so we're just coming from Vermont now.
Okay. And what do you think about the heat? It's pretty brutal out here, but you guys feel it's important to come on out here and celebrate the country.
Well, if I can deal with 50 below, I can deal with 105.
That's a very good point. What do you think about the flyovers? Any minute now, we're supposed to get some Air Force jets coming over.
I love it. I love everything about this, but I want to say thank you very much, President Donald Trump.
Awesome. Thanks for your time, sir. Happy 4th of July. We'll see if we can get one more group for you guys real quick. Excuse me, guys. We're live on Fox News right now. Can you guys just tell us where you guys came in from? What state?
Pittsburgh, PA.
Pittsburgh. All right. What do you think about the show out here with the jets flying around?
Oh, it's amazing. I love it.
Any second now, we're supposed to have some Air Force fighter jets, so keep an eye out. If you see them, let me know. Why do you feel it's important to come on out here and show your patriotism at a time when the country's pretty divided?
I mean, we are going to stick together. It's a big celebration, whether you like Trump or not.
Thousands of people out here on the National Mall today. The lines to get in the President Trump's speech, like a mile long. Sir, where are you from?
Hi, I'm from Jupiter, Florida.
Jupiter, Florida. Why'd you come out here?
I had to. America 250. This is an amazing event. This is historic. I couldn't miss it.
U.S. Air Force fighter jet's supposed to fly over in the next minute or two. What do you think about all the military showing off today?
I think it's great. The flyovers are an example and honor to the veterans and to the people who served in our military. And it's a great showing of our might. And I think it's a great thing to really show what America is about.
Awesome. Thanks for your time. Happy 4th of July. See if we can chat with some other folks. Hey guys, we are live on Fox News right now. You have a second just to tell us where you're from?
Alaska.
Alaska. You came a long way. Why'd you decide to make it out here?
Well, we've got a home in Vermont and Alaska, so we're just coming from Vermont now.
Okay. And what do you think about the heat? It's pretty brutal out here, but you guys feel it's important to come on out here and celebrate the country.
Well, if I can deal with 50 below, I can deal with 105.
That's a very good point. What do you think about the flyovers? Any minute now, we're supposed to get some Air Force jets coming over.
I love it. I love everything about this, but I want to say thank you very much, President Donald Trump.
Awesome. Thanks for your time, sir. Happy 4th of July. We'll see if we can get one more group for you guys real quick. Excuse me, guys. We're live on Fox News right now. Can you guys just tell us where you guys came in from? What state?
Pittsburgh, PA.
Pittsburgh. All right. What do you think about the show out here with the jets flying around?
Oh, it's amazing. I love it.
Any second now, we're supposed to have some Air Force fighter jets, so keep an eye out. If you see them, let me know. Why do you feel it's important to come on out here and show your patriotism at a time when the country's pretty divided?
I mean, we are going to stick together. It's a big celebration, whether you like Trump or not.
Thousands of people out here on the National Mall today.
Let's go back to the live broadcast and see what's going on. Catch up. We're still playing some music. Okay, they still playing some music, so we'll go and do some more recapping. Let me see what they're saying over here. Great, love the energy. JD and Tucker, best BFF. Oh, these folks, love, love, love. It's so powerful. Trump is the last president. Trump is the last president. I've heard that before. Have y'all heard that before? I've heard that before. AI Trump 2028. Let's go, Trump. Oh my goodness. Charlie is looking down 250 celebration. God bless America, President Trump. Love this lead. Integrity. Trump was wasn't joking. Trump 2028. I'm just reading what's said what the people talking about, y'all. America 170, Israel 80. I guess somebody's keeping score, right? I don't know if that score is correct, though. I don't know if that score is correct. I'm going to read a couple more. What people are saying. How would Ron Powell deal with Russia and Iran? Is this so exciting? He'll be funny tonight, I bet. This is so exciting. He'll be funny tonight, I bet. Happy birthday, America! Bedtime. Thank you, Norway. 1 minute. I don't know what that meant. Thank you, Norway. Okay. Love over hate. Pray for your left. Pray for the left. It's starting. Love it. All right. But it's still saying the president, please stand by. The show will begin shortly with a speech from President Donald J. Trump, Freedom 250. And this is live from Washington, D.C. The president is supposed to hit the stage at 11 o'clock. At 11 o'clock. At 11 o'clock. It is 10 o'clock here. What time is it? You know what? He's probably going to be hitting the stage soon. I think they might be an hour ahead of where I'm at. So we're going to keep it locked over here for a minute. I'll just read a couple more of these. A couple more of the people in the chat over here. The chat, let's see what y'all saying over here. Y'all, I don't know. Let's see what y'all saying over here. What is that? TDS is strong in the chat, and that's coming from someone that isn't a fan of Trump. Okay. This chat is open over here for anybody to speak their mind. I do not have a chat where it is an echo chamber. I want people to speak freely. As long as you're not disrespectful to anyone in the chat or to the host. But you are free to speak your mind over here as well in the chat, right? Okay. Let's see. Let me go down over here a little bit. Atlanta is not on the West Coast, by the way. Who are you talking to? When they were putting in the chat, we were talking about Tartaria, so they might be talking about somebody in the chat. So I'm not even gonna go down my chat because it's not gonna be current to where we are at right now. Okay, but like I said, feel free to tap away at the screen, get a thumbs up, and feel free to talk in the chat. All right, Trump is the greatest American president ever. Okay, Jimmy. All right, so we're still waiting for Trump to hit the stage. I can hear the fireworks outside. I can hear the fireworks outside. Okay. Let's see what they're saying over here. About 7 minutes to go. About 7 minutes to go. Let's see what they're saying. Here we go. Gas in Arizona is $3.25. Somebody getting ready to sing. We got some opera going on. We're not gonna hear it all because I'm trying not to have music on this broadcast. Okay? So we're gonna go back to the comment section. Somebody said singing time. Here we go. Go, America. My song. Get it back. Someone say he has a horrible voice. They don't like opera. Go ahead, double tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Get the thumbs up. Matter of fact, that's what I'll do. We'll go ahead and go to commercial. Support the stream. It is not hard to support the stream. Get the thumbs up. Get active, and support the stream. You know, you can go down there to that little dollar sign and throw a little coin, a little rubies.
Become an official sponsor of the show. There will be 25 or more. I'm just a girl. I like those dudes. I like those dudes. It's super check. Well, they just let me see you better. I like those dudes. Hey, baby, I like those dudes. Cash App warms my heart. Money, work. Money, work. Join the family today. Become a member. Money, work. Join the family today. Become a member. Money, work. Join the family today. Become a member. Money, work. Join the family today. Become a member. Money, work. Become an official sponsor of the show. There will be 25 or more. I'm just a girl. I like those dudes. I like those dudes. It's super check. Well, they just let me see you better. I like those dudes. Hey, baby, I like those dudes. Cash App warms my heart. Money, work. Money, work. Join the family today. Become a member. Money, work. Join the family today. Become a member. Money, work. Join the family today. Become a member. Money, work. Join the family today. Become a member. Money, work.
All right, guys. Go ahead, support the platform. Go ahead, subscribe to the channel today as well. Subscribe to the channel today. All right. So it looks like it's starting. We got an opera sing on the stage right now. We're not listening to any music right now, okay? And then we got the opera singer. He's singing, so I'm going to finish reading the chat. Go ahead, get the thumbs up, double tap. Matter of fact, while you're double tapping, I'm going to go check and see if the thumbs are moving up. Let's see if you're participating or if you're just sitting there like you can't participate. Let's see. Okay, y'all doing a big one. I see about 51 thumbs up. Come on, double tap, get it going. Y'all participating, I appreciate it. Participating in the show. I do appreciate it. Let's see, something else. Go ahead, subscribe to the channel today also. Like I said, we do keep you abreast of current affairs, trending topics, and hot topics, and news that you definitely can use, okay? Like the water is drying up. Okay, I done brought you that information. I told you it was hot outside. It was going to be hot the rest of the summer. Some places is going to be flooding where it shouldn't be flooding. And honey, it's snowing in June. It's snowing in June. I'm going to give you those reports later. But you need to tap in. You need to tap in for real. Okay? We're waiting for the president to hit the stage. I appreciate every one of you, each and every one of you, for hanging in here with me while we waited for the president. This has been a long wait. What about 2, 3 or 4 hours possibly? We have been waiting here for the president. We want to hear what he has to say. Okay? Let me see. Let's go back to the live stream. Let's see. They got their hands over their heart. They must be singing. Let's see. Turn it up a little bit. Yeah, the land of the free. But the opera man is singing it. I don't know his name. He has to be somebody famous, but I don't know who he is. Okay, I don't know. Oh, there they go. They letting them rip. They letting them rip. The land that I love. Hats off. Okay, okay. This is better than Trump. Somebody wrote. Who is singing now? They ready for Trump. This has been a long wait for them to usher people into the mall. The great American State Fair, ushering them back out by Secret Service, by demand. They said the weather was going to be bad. And then to have him tweet out, let them back in. I'm coming on stage at 11. That came from your president. Sweet home Alabama. Somebody said, I guess that's what they singing. Let's hear it. No, he cannot be singing Sweet Home Alabama. He cannot be singing Sweet Home Alabama. God bless America. God bless America. I'm reading the chat, my people, my peeps. USA 250 years. Washington State is the home. By official Trump something. This is so beautiful. People, they cheering. The men look like their eyes is glossy. They happy. Beautiful, beautiful. All right. We ready for Trump now. We want to hear what your President Trump has to say. We're locked in. Double tap the screen. Y'all can still participate. Double tap, double tap. As you come in the building, double tap your screen. USA, USA. Trump Nation. Hugs, amazing. Repent. Somebody said repent. USA. Amen. Let's see what this man got to say. Uh-oh. Oh, this used to be my song back in the day. I'm going to have to sing it for y'all. All my life. For my family and my wife. Oh, see, it's been a long time, y'all. Oh, the tears is about to come. I'm proud to be American, y'all. That's uh-oh. Can't take that away. Proud to be an American. I'm gonna have to sing it for y'all because I'm trying not to get hit. Where I can't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. And I can't, oh, I forgot the line. Hold on. Here we go. USA. Boy, homeboy hanging in here, but he aging. He aging. You can see the age on him. All right, hand claps, hand claps. That's my son. Let's go. Great, great, great. People is hyped. They hyping the people up for Trump to hit the stage, y'all. American Patriot League. Greenwood. Tears. Just tears. Hashtag 1760, I don't know what that's supposed to mean, 76. He still got it. To be an American, where at least I know I'm free. I won't. And I gladly, oh, the tears is rolling. The tears is rolling, ladies and gentlemen. Freedom. That's what they're yelling in the chat. Freedom. Wow, wow. OMG. Oh, USA, USA. Go America. Yes, yes. Beautiful. Lee, thank you, thank you. Lee Greenwood. Good life. Donald J. Trump. We're here. Go one. We go all. Double tap your screen. Double tap your screen. They hyping them up, y'all. Donald Trump gonna hit the stage here soon. USA. Boom. Boom.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 45th and
There you go. Here you go.
of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump.
Crowd is going wild.
Good evening, America. If you think that was easy, it wasn't. And I want to thank everybody because they did the right thing. They saw lightning, and I said, there's no way if we have to speak in front of one person at 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to be here. There's no way we can be deterred. And they estimated they had 375,000 people before everybody had to leave. And they now have 150,000 people. It's the craziest thing anyone's ever seen. At least. And I want to just thank you, and I feel so badly about some people. They left and they couldn't get back. But you're very special people, and we have a very special country. Thank you very much. Tonight we come together for one of the most joyous and glorious milestones of all time. And you know what that is, 250, the 250th anniversary. And I do have to say this. One of my very brilliant people backstage said, don't worry about it, sir. We can do it maybe next week. I said, it doesn't work next week. This is the big day. We want July 4th. We're not looking for July something else. Because this is the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. Nothing like it. For 2.5 centuries, our American republic has stood as the crowning achievement of human history. This country is the home of freedom. This is the land of liberty. And this is a flag that's the banner of the most extraordinary, most exceptional, most incredible nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And we're doing better now than we've ever done before. No people have done more good
shown more courage, made more progress, righted more injustice, or achieved more greatness than you, the American people. For 250 years, the United States of America has been the hope, the promise, the light, and the glory among all of the nations of the world. All over the world, they try and be like us. Nobody can be like us. And with God's help, we will always be this or even better. We're going to be better. Here on our National Mall, we're celebrating freedom's triumph over tyranny, liberty's conquest over oppression, and the enduring victory of the American spirit from the July 4th, 1776 to July 4th, 2026. Big dates. That's big dates. Two big ones. And tonight our country is stronger, freer, richer, safer, and prouder than ever before. But it all started with the miracle of history that lives forever in the heart of every single patriot. Our founding fathers summoned the courage of giants and the wisdom of centuries to boldly proclaim these timeless truths. They declared that all men are created equal, that they are endowed with sacred, unalienable rights by the hand of our Creator, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In signing their names to the roster of freedom, those 56 patriots put everything at risk, stepped onto the stage of destiny, and seized a victory for the ages, and that's what it was. And this is an evening for the ages, I believe. This is something very special. This is bigger than if we didn't have the lightning blaring. We had lightning blaring, but this is bigger. Little more inconvenient, but it's bigger. I think in its own way, it's more beautiful. From the beginning, we were a nation that lived by the motto, victory or death, and live free or die. 1 out of every 100 Americans gave their lives in the fight for independence to remind us of who these heroes were and what they gave us. We are honored to have here tonight in the heart of our nation's capital one of the very first American flags ever to exist. Dating back to 1777, it bears the 13 stars and 13 stripes of the 13 states that declared independence on the 4th of July. There it is. This was the flag that flew victorious at Saratoga. And these are the real deals, too. These are the real flags. These are flags that have seen a lot. These were the stars and stripes that flew triumphant when the British waved the white flag of surrender at Yorktown. That was a big surrender. Nobody thought that was possible. They were the greatest power of the world, and they surrendered, and that was the beginning. Ever since, the entire world has been on notice that Americans will never let anyone take our freedom away. Won't happen. And all these talks from the communists, they haven't got a chance. Not even a chance. We don't want communists in our country. Never worked, and it never will work. Americans must never forget our historic and heroic people with a heroic spirit and a heroic purpose on this beautiful earth of ours. We are made the courage and the fire and the flesh and the blood of the best and the bravest people this world has ever produced. We are the bravest and the best. Tonight we pledge allegiance to the flag they gave us, and we say, God bless the immortal patriots of 1776, and long live the cause of independence. May it reign forever and ever and ever. We will always be on top will always be the best. Our founders not only won our liberty, they secured it with the most righteous political document ever conceived. It's called the Constitution of the United States. Very special. And it's because of their genius that we remain the finest people on the planet after 250 years. Unlike so many others in the world, in this country we have freedom of speech, freedom of religion, equal justice under the law, although I wasn't treated that well, but we won't get into that. And the right to keep and bear arms. And for the almost 6 years that I was president, I guarded very, very powerfully your Second Amendment, and they didn't do a thing to it, and it was not easy. But we guard your Second Amendment. We guard it very, very strongly and cautiously. Across the generations, Americans have fought, bled, and died, not just to secure those rights, but to expand them to citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed, because we are one people. We are one family. You showed that tonight with one flag. And as our Declaration of Independence tells us, we are all made in the image of one Almighty God. And a communist will never say that. That's for sure. Few heroes remind us of these truths more than William Carney, who escaped slavery to become a Union soldier in the Civil War, which was a very big deal at the time. On the front lines of battle, he saw a comrade struck down by enemy fire while carrying the stars and stripes, and Sergeant Carney dove to the ground to keep the flag from touching the mud. He didn't want to have it touch the ground. He didn't want to have it touch the mud. He wanted it to be perfect. He raised it high above the field and was shot 4 times. They thought he was gone, but he kept moving forward. He loved our country. He loved our flag. Before he returned to camp and announced, "Boys, the old flag never touched the ground." And he became the first African American to receive the Congressional Medal of Honor. He got the Congressional Medal of Honor, and he was the first African American, and he was some man. He'd written stories about him. He was something special. With us tonight to celebrate this forward march of freedom is another Medal of Honor recipient, Colonel Paris Davis, whose courage won eternal glory in Vietnam. He helped lead a surprise attack on 100 enemy combatants. They said he was finished. His whole group was finished. And despite multiple life-threatening wounds, saved the lives of his fellow soldiers. And this evening he stands to salute the only flag of its kind, the one that was draped over the casket of President Abraham Lincoln in Independence Hall. Thank you very much. Great. He looks better than I do. He looks great, and he's brave. Because of heroes like these, our flag will always be a symbol of liberty and justice for all. Colonel Davis, thank you very much. Great man. Great man. Thank you. Americans expanded the blessings of freedom, and we have never stopped expanding our ambitions and our dreams. We had the American dream. We never had the American dream, however, like we have it right now. The American dream is back, very strong. Beautiful. You know, to get into our military now is tough. 2 years ago, we couldn't fill a job, and now it's overflowing. We have so many setting records. We're setting records. It's actually hard to get in. That includes our great police forces and our firemen. They couldn't hire anybody. Nobody wanted to do it. Now it's hard to get those positions, but it's really hard to get into our military because people respect and love our country again. Our rise to being the world's strongest and most powerful nation was no accident of history. We rebuilt our military in my first term. We used it a little bit in our, actually I should say third term, but I won't do that because I don't want any controversy. But we use it and we've had tremendous success. You look at Venezuela, you look at Iran, we wiped out their military. Americans crossed the Great Plains, scaled the Rockies, we just tamed the wilderness and conquered the frontier and built the empire. It's called the Empire of Liberty. We laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, those beautiful skyscrapers, and dug out the Panama Canal, considered the 8th wonder of the world, which everyone said was an impossible thing to do. And by the way, 38,000 Americans died to give us one of the greatest engineering feats of all time, Panama Canal. This was the unstoppable spirit that created the world's most powerful industries and built the strongest military anyone had ever seen. And today it is stronger and more powerful than it ever was before. American grit, boldness, and daring forged heroes like Davy Crockett, Wyatt Earp, Annie Oakley, Teddy Roosevelt, and the legend of the Wild West, Buffalo Bill Cody. These were great, powerful people whose incredible grandchildren happen to be with us tonight. And they stand alongside one of the first American flags ever to fly over our expanding nation. It was carried west just as Lewis and Clark began their journey in 1803. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great to have you. Great to have you. To honor this audacious and indomitable soul of America, we also have the first flag ever to fly over one of the greatest architectural feats of all time, a thing called the Brooklyn Bridge, one of the most beautiful bridges anywhere in the world, built a long time ago. To its right, the banner that flew atop our flagship after America's Navy sank the Spanish fleet to the bottom of the Manila Bay, one of the greatest naval victories in history. Much like our recent victory by sinking the entire Iranian Navy, 159 ships, to the bottom of the sea, all done in just a moment's time, happened very quickly. We have the greatest military anywhere in the world. And next to it, we also have the flag that was given to that immortal, just a fantastic, immortal Rough Rider, the one and only. And I was at the museum the other day at its opening. Theodore Roosevelt, when he returned triumphant from Cuba, printed with the words, "Welcome home, Colonel Roosevelt," who was the victor of San Juan Hill. He was a great gentleman. Americans won the West and built the modern world because America is a nation of winners. And today our country is winning again, and we're winning like never before. America is back, and we want to keep America great, and we will do so by approving the Save America Act, which means all voters must show voter ID. All voters must provide a little thing called proof of citizenship. And there will be no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel. And you won't have cheating on the elections anymore. It's very simple. Together, we are also reasserting the truth that American strength and power is not something to be ashamed of. It is something that we are very, very proud of. This country has been the greatest force for peace and justice on earth. In the last century, we defeated tyrants, demolished evil, and saved freedom again and again and again. Ken Schubring was 19 years old when he survived the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. After enemy planes sank ships like the USS Arizona, he resolved that he would help America strike back and win. He wanted them to strike back and win. Flying B-29s in the Pacific, Ken fought from the first day to the very last. He was in the war right from the first day, and he went to the last day and all the way to the enemy's unconditional surrender. We got an unconditional surrender. He was there at 104 years old and looking really good. Captain Schubring is here tonight, and he is saluting the flag that went down with the Arizona at Pearl Harbor, but was raised back up with the help of some unbelievable American patriots. It's a symbol of American defiance, please. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain. Great job. Thank you very much. You have very good genes. That's his son. His son's going to be around a long time. Thank you very much, Captain. On D-Day in World War II, Navy Lieutenant Arthur Rose commanded 36 landing craft as part of the largest naval armada in history. Recalling that sight, he wrote home to his parents, "What a country we are." At 107 years old, Lieutenant Rose is here to salute one of our nation's most prized possessions, the flag that flew aboard the first landing craft on D-Day and led the first Americans onto the beaches of Normandy to liberate Europe and defeat Nazi fascism forever. Lieutenant Rose, you are an inspiration to this beautiful crowd, and we thank you very much. Amazing man. 107. It's 107. On Iwo Jima in the Pacific, the Marines faced some of the most brutal combat in the history of warfare. They shed their blood for every inch of mountain that they reached. And when they reached the summit and raised the stars and stripes for all to see, it was so special to everybody there. Everybody there and everybody watching. They couldn't believe it. It wasn't supposed to happen. With us today is one of the last survivors of that battle, 101-year-old Marine Corporal Don Graves. And he's here to salute that famous flag he saw rise in the glory of Iwo Jima 81 years ago. And you've all seen that flag many times. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the fighters and the banners of the greatest generation. They are the greatest generation. I hate to admit that, but they are. They saved the world and they made America very, very proud. We're very proud of you, heroes all. And after we vanquished fascism, Americans stood against the evil of communism in the Cold War. And as I said last night at the beautiful Mount Rushmore, what a beautiful place. where Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, and Theodore Roosevelt loomed over my shoulder as I spoke. America will never be a communist country. Won't happen. Communism is a loser, and it always will be. The communist system is the opposite of the American system, and the communist system has never worked. Our warriors did not fight communism on battlefields across the world, only to have that menace rear its ugly head right back here in America. We're not going to let it happen. We like to stop a threat like that immediately and before it begins. It's like a cancer. You got to cut it out. You got to cut it out fast. Tonight, we proudly thank veterans of the war on communism, including Marine Corporal Pat Finn and Private First Class Rudy Meekins, who fought at the famed Battle of Chosin Reservoir in Korea. That was a rough one. Thank you. Pat fought in hand-to-hand combat with the enemy. He had 5 against him, and he was 1. And as you can see, he's around to talk about it. And Rudy was wounded 4 times, but never stopped shooting, and he never stopped moving forward. And also with us is veteran Sonny Ray, who fought heroically against an enemy force 10 times his unit size and earned a tremendously deserved Silver Star. Tonight they salute one of the very first 50-star flags to fly above the field of battle. This was about the beginning of the 50. And right next to it is one of the last flags from Checkpoint Charlie, very famous place on the Berlin Wall, where American freedom finally brought communism crashing down to an end. Thank you so much. You are really very special. Thank you. Thank you very much. The Stars and Stripes cast the hammer and sickle into oblivion before, and we will do it again if necessary. I don't think it's going to be necessary. I think people have learned. They've learned what to do and how to handle it, and we're going to handle it very well. So, gentlemen, I want to thank you very much. Amazing people, amazing men. Thank you. How about that? Huh? Isn't that great? What an honor it is to be with them. Think of it, 107. That's up there, but hopefully he's got 20 good years left. Through the generations, Americans have never stopped striving to lift humanity to new heights. In 1903, the Wright brothers from Ohio fulfilled the age-old dream of mankind to fly. That's right, they're from Ohio, great state. And within 66 years of inventing the airplane, Americans planted our flag on the moon. Just 3 months ago, we sent American astronauts back to the far side of the moon, and this time they flew further from Earth than anyone has ever flown before. And here they are. So tonight we're joined by that crew of NASA Artemis, you know the crew, everybody. Artemis 2, and everybody watched. Isn't that amazing? And they became very famous. Everybody watched. I was watching. I don't know what it was. That one got the attention of everybody. And along with the last man to walk on the moon, Apollo 17 astronaut Jack Schmitt. Thank you, Jack. You look like you could be with them, Jack. You look very good. You look very good, Jack. Thank you very much. What a job. Everybody was watching. I was with a group of people that normally wouldn't be watching, and we're having a big dinner, and they all said, we want to turn on, we want to watch Artemis 2. A lot of people said, what is that? By the end of the evening, they knew it was amazing. And along with Jared, where's Jared? He's so great. He's running NASA. What a job he's done. So I want to thank you all. Thank you very much. Great job. So these champions of flight stand this evening beside the flag flown on the Wright brothers airplane, piloted by Orville Wright. It's the exact flag, very historic, and they are honored to be here. They told me today they were really amazed to be here with that flag. That's a very special flag if you're in the world of flying aircraft. So congratulations to everybody. Fantastic job. Very proud of you. And I have a special gift for these patriots. This morning on America's 250th birthday, a new flag was flown above the United States Capitol. And tonight I present it to you to soon be planted by American astronauts on their upcoming return to the moon. And in addition to that, I gave them and all of the great heroes that you saw up on stage tonight and a few others that couldn't quite make the stage, I gave them a very special medal from the White House. So it's an honor. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. So then I assume you're going to be heading to Mars. We're going to be going to Mars very soon. And I think that's something that we do have in mind. And we're going to do the moon, and we're going to go from there. We're going to go to Mars, and we're going to continue to be way ahead. You know, we did Space Force. That was something I was very proud of. Some people smiled. They thought it was foolish, and now they're finding it's one of the most important things that we've done. We were losing to China and to Russia in space, and now we're leading them by giant steps, and it's a great thing. And it's people like that really, like you, that made it happen. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much, Ken. So as we celebrate America's unmatched achievements and unlimited potential, we never forget that none of this would have been possible without those who gave everything so that we could reach this 250th year of freedom. We are honored to be joined by 11 Gold Star family members. The Gold Star family, that is one of the great tributes. It's one of the great honors, a tough honor. There's nothing tougher than that. But these are amazing people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Come on up. They went through a lot. Thank you very much. And that special person is looking up there and looking down at mom and dad, husband, wife, but they're looking down with great pride. You know that. You know that. And we want to thank you for being here. Thank you very much. And we have medals for you backstage. I brought them. I thought I'd be handing them out about 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago. But we're going to be backstage, and we have beautiful medals for you, for your family, from the White House. Thank you very much, everybody. We love you. On this special 4th of July, we give you our undying gratitude and promise to redeem the sacrifice of your heroes by preserving the America that they loved. They loved our country. They sacrificed it all. And these people have sacrificed it all. They've been through hell. We love you. Thank you very much. Thank you. From 1776 to today, everywhere the American flag has flown, it has been a symbol of strength, righteousness, and hope, because that is who Americans are. In 1944, a mother and her daughter huddled in their house in Nazi-occupied Belgium and prayed desperately for their country to be freed. They wanted freed. As they waited, they found scraps of fabric and stitched together a homemade American flag. It's beautiful, but homemade. On the day they were finally liberated, and that's what the word is, liberated, they gave it to an American soldier as a gift. Little did they know that that soldier's great-grandfather was none other than the author of our Star-Spangled Banner, Francis Scott Key. And tonight, the next generation of the Key family is with us. Major Carl Key has spent 23 years in the U.S. Army, highly respected, and this evening he proudly salutes the old flag that was made by the Belgian woman so beautifully, and who knew that America means hope and freedom. Congratulations, and thank you for being here very much. And in conclusion, from a declaration in Philadelphia to victory at Yorktown, from the bustling factories of the heartland to the towering snow-capped summits of Alaska, from the endless frontier of the open Wild West to the magnificent sand dunes at Kitty Hawk, from the glimmering skyline of Manhattan to the far side of the moon, to Soda, and from the now safe and beautiful capital of Washington. Think of it, Washington, D.C., our capital. Our capital is now safe, gleaming, and beautiful again. It's safe again. Went from a very unsafe place 2 years ago to one of the safest cities in the country, and one of the most beautiful. To the gleaming waters of the Gulf of America. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome. There is no place we cannot go. There is no goal we cannot reach, and there's nothing that Americans cannot do, and we're proving that right now. Our stock market is the strongest it's ever been. We have $19.2 trillion being invested in our country, which is 6 times more than ever happened before. We're building more factories in the United States than ever before. Everyone's 401ks are at the highest number they've ever been. And more people are working today in the United States than any time in the history of our country. But in this country, we can achieve the wildest and most impossible dreams. And no dream in history is bigger or more incredible than the one that started on July 4th, 1776. The war for independence was launched by Minutemen, farmers, blacksmiths, tradesmen, who took up their muskets against the mightiest army on earth, the most powerful army and unbeatable army until they met us. No one made them do it. They fought because they knew that a free people must have a free country. Over 250 years, the world has seen great empires, vast kingdoms, mighty nations, and terrible tyrants. They came and they went. But after 2.5 centuries, this American republic still stands tall and strong, and we love each other. That showed tonight. You heard it was over, and what happened? You came back. And this American flag still waves proud and free and beautiful. We have thrived and flourished because our founders were great. Our cause was just, our people are brave, our culture is exceptional, and our destiny is written by God. And as we can see here tonight, after 250 years, the spirit of 1776 still lives within us all. It still roars in the hearts of our nation's capital. It still burns in the heart of every patriot, thunders through every city and town, and it still lights the entire world with the glow of American liberty. And there's nothing like that. At 250 years old, we may be the oldest constitutional republic on earth, but our country is just getting started because the best is yet to come. This is only the dawn of the golden age of America, and on this 250th 4th of July, we declare, just as they did 2.5 centuries ago, that for our country, and for our children, and for the cause of liberty, we are going to take our country to new levels not reached. We're going to make it bigger better, stronger, and we're going to love it even more. And I just want to thank you, and the inconvenience of lightning can do that, but lightning will never stop you. And I want to thank everybody, and we love you all, and it's an honor to be your president. Thank you. God bless you all. God bless you all. Thank you. We have a great fireworks display tonight, and I'm going to be watching it with you. It's going to start very quickly, so thank you very much. You're going to really like this. Thank you very much, everyone.
All right, guys. Well, there it is. That is the president speaks for his salute to America 250th anniversary of the 4th of July. Y'all hung in here with me. I surely appreciate it. I surely appreciate your colorful remarks in the comments as well. Hey, I hope that you subscribe to the channel. Subscribe today, and thank you for participating with the thumbs up. And we are out of here. Much love.
It's me, the one you came to see. Yes, me, the one with all the tea. So lights, camera, action. Yeah, she is the PRC stars, making you the main attraction. If it's news you can use or the latest trends, well, baby, you